What's up, everybody? Good morning and happy Friday. We have made it through another week. DK Show coming to you from the TDS Sports Talk Studios this morning. Appreciate you tuning in wherever, however you're tuning in. If it's on those radio dials, 105.1 FM, 790 AM. Also available online at sportstalk1051.com. You got the Wisco Sports App. You can tell your Alexa device or your Google device, say play WAYY. Yo, Alexa, play WAYY. Video stream up on YouTube, Man Cave TV, up and rolling. You can hit us up on Facebook. Got facebook.com. The Sports Talk page or my page, Dan Kasper Sports. Instagram, Dan Kasper Sports as well. So, but a very happy Friday to you all. What do we have on our game plan for this morning? Bucks with a nice win last night. Taking down the OKC Thunder. I know no Shea Gilgeous-Alexander, but still, Bucks didn't have Giannis, of course. So, but a nice win, 110-93 to take down the Oklahoma City Thunder. Not a bad, contributions from all across the board, and it was another newcomer to lead the way for the Bucks. Ousmane Dieng. I'm probably mispronouncing his name, but I tried. I double-checked it. Ousmane Dieng. But he came over by the trade deadline, and he led the Bucks in scoring last night with 19 points, getting in the starting lineup. Double-double for him, 11 rebounds as well. Kuzma contributing 14, A.J. Green 17, Kevin Porter Jr. 12 with 7 assists. Even had Bobby Portis 15 off the bench, and Cam Thomas coming off the bench and giving them 12. So Bucks with that nice win last night to head into the All-Star break, 23-30. 1.5 games now behind the Atlanta Hawks for that final wild card spot. Essentially, it is a wild card spot. Final playoff spot in the NBA standings. Just 29 more games left to go for the Bucks in the regular season. So, but heading in, probably feeling a lot better about their play as of late. And you kind of look at it in their last 6 games, they've went 5-6, and that was after a 5-game losing streak. And really 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 8, losing 8 of their last 9. So heading into the All-Star break, winning 5 of their last 6. Probably feeling just trying to gain some confidence at this point. But nonetheless, still a nice win by the Bucks on the road in OKC. So we'll chat some hoops, including another big game tonight for the Badger men's basketball team at the Kohl Center in Madison. They're going to be welcoming 10th-ranked Michigan State. The Spartans coming on over. Another chance for Wisconsin to add a signature win to their tournament resume. Michigan State coming off their win against Illinois back on Saturday. So both these teams, their latest games, coming off wins against Illinois. So can Wisconsin get that W? And again, add a little bit more to that resume. Move a little bit more into the Big Ten Conference standings. Should be another fantastic game tonight. And this is, we got 2, 4, 6, only 7 more games left to go in the regular season here for Wisconsin when we count tonight's matchup. So you got Michigan State. Then they hit the road to take on Ohio State, back at home against Iowa. Hit the road for a quick West Coast trip where they'll take on Oregon and Washington, then Maryland, and then Purdue. So Wisconsin looking for their 18th win of the season, currently sitting at 17-7. So we'll talk some college hoops as well. Brewers, we're going to talk some Brewers, plenty of Brewers chat here this morning as we are getting set for spring training to begin. First game is going to be next Saturday. So next Saturday, our first spring training game. But the Brewers yesterday announcing that they have agreed to a 1-year deal with William Contreras before their scheduled arbitration hearing that was slated for yesterday. So Brewers able to get that deal done, including a club option. It sounds like it's very similar to the deal that Contreras played under last year, where it was a one-year deal and then a club option and such, but the deal is for $9.4 million this season with a $14.5 million club option for 2027. That does convert to a mutual option if Contreras finishes in the top 4 in National League MVP voting. So, plus there's definitely other bonuses listed on there too. So Pat Murphy saying yesterday, I'm happy that it worked out the way it did. A lot of people put a lot of work in it to make that happen. Really excited. William will sleep well tonight and get ready to go for spring. So we'll talk plenty of Brewers throughout this morning, especially when our guy, Mr. Brandon Berg, will be joining us starting in the next hour. Speaking of Brandon, we'll do our Carpet City Flooring Center local sports spotlight as we are getting set for, got some hockey playoffs coming up here soon. We're starting to wrap up the regular seasons for basketball, and we got wrestling, all that stuff. So Brandon Berg, Chippewa Herald, will be joining us for our local sports roundup. Also on the docket here this morning, we'll do our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. That'll be coming up in the 8 o'clock hour where we will be giving away our final free oil change from AJM Automotive. Also, we'll catch up with our Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine, for a little inside the training room just past 7 o'clock. So we'll chat with the good doc. Don't forget, send me your cream of the crops. What are your cream of the crops from the past week or so? You can hit us up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line at 715-830-1912, or join in on the YouTube video stream. So, and maybe this is the first week of no football. How are you guys and gals feel? I guess before, like legit no football and such. So, but nonetheless, that's your game plan for us this morning. Let's pitter-patter. Let's get at her, shall we? Lots to get to here this morning, so let's jump right into it. All right? We'll take our first break, and then we'll get the leadoff going on this Friday the 13th. Anybody superstitious about Friday the 13th and such? But let's get things rocking and rolling, shall we? We'll take our first break and then jump right into it. We'll be back after these really quick words. When you need glass work done right, you need to trust the local experts at Post Glass and Mirror in Chippewa Falls. From residential and commercial glass to mirrors, windows, and custom solutions, they deliver quality craftsmanship and dependable service every single step of the way. Whether it's a repair, a replacement, or a custom project, Post Glass and Mirror has the experience that you can count on. Learn more or request service online by checking out postglassandmirror.com. Post Glass and Mirror, clear solutions, trusted results. Let's open it up, chatting some hoops here. We got to give the Bucks some credit when credit is actually due, and there hasn't been a whole lot of positive stuff when it's come to the Milwaukee Bucks this season. Let's be honest with ourselves. And you got to tip your cap for last night's game, taking down the Oklahoma City Thunder. Yeah, there was no Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, but you know what? There still wasn't even Giannis in the game either. So a nice overall contribution from multiple players in that game last night by the Bucks. Jag putting up 19 points, 11 rebounds, double-double for him, 6 assists as well. I mean, he seems to be fitting in just a couple games into his career with the Milwaukee Bucks. Seems to be fitting in nicely. He's coming off of 17 points against Orlando. So his first game with the Bucks, he only played a few minutes against the first game against Orlando. But now you're looking at 19 and 17 points back-to-back. Cam Thomas seems to be fitting in well for the Bucks at this point too. So, but you had contributions all across the board. A.J. Green giving you 17. Pete Nance giving you 11 and 7 boards coming off the bench. Even Kuzma, 14. Kevin Porter Jr., 12 and 7 dimes. And Bobby Portis, 15 off the bench. So nice contributions all across the board by the Bucks. They shoot 40% from 3, but Thunder, too, just 37% overall from the field and 33% from 3. So got to tip your cap to the Bucks, and going into this break, maybe playing their best basketball since gosh knows when at this point. I mean, it's been a while. It's been a hot minute since the Bucks have been playing this. I mean, let's go back to the schedule. You probably have to go, oh, man. This is their best stretch. Maybe go till right after Christmas or right around Christmas. Yeah, they beat the Bulls on the 27th, and then they were like 4-5 in those 5 games. So, but yeah, this might be their best stretch, and it's coming off of their worst stretch of the season so far. So they're 23 and 30. 23 and 30 right now. When you look at it, they are 29 games. There's 29 games left to go in the regular season. If we just had to kind of say, all right, what's the, record that the Bucks have to finish for you to say, all right, they're going to go to the playoffs? Like, what's in these last 29 games? Not quite into the fourth quarter. We're getting close to the fourth quarter of the season. What do you think their record in their final 29 games has to be for you to say, I feel like if they go so-and-so, fill in a blank, that they can make the playoffs? I keep going to 20 and 9, and that's a really, really, really high number. That would put them at 43 and 39. Now, I don't think they're going to get 20 and 9, and I think there's probably a really good chance that they could probably get in with a lesser record than 20 and 9 in their final 29 games. But I don't know, it's probably just as something as simple as it's a nice round number, easy math. 29 games, all right, go win 20 of them. But something I've been kind of saying for a long time here too. Coming off the All-Star break is a huge stretch here for the Bucks. And I don't know if Giannis is going to be available. Their next regular season game is going to be next Friday, a week from today. So I don't know if Giannis is going to be available. He is officially not playing in the All-Star game. That was announced the other day. which shouldn't be a surprise to anybody. So I don't know if he'd be available coming off the All-Star break, shortly after, and such, but starting a week from today begins a stretch of games that the Bucs have to take advantage of. Yes, there are some tough matchups in this, but it's pretty much all at home. You're at New Orleans a week from today. Then you're at home. You really don't have to pack any bags. We've gone through the schedule numerous times. The only road game from Sunday, February 22nd to March 10th, Tuesday, March 10th, the only time you hit the road is a quick trip down south to Chicago to take on the Bulls. Yes, you have Boston in there. Yes, you have Cleveland, Miami, New York, those teams in there. Toronto's in there. But you got to take advantage of this schedule being at home. And hopefully this break, doesn't kind of maybe slow down a little bit of mojo that they've got going on right now. I don't want to say that they've got everything figured out and everything's fixed and such. But momentum. I'm a big believer in momentum, especially when it comes to the sports world. You just hope that maybe this week off won't kind of diminish a little bit of momentum that they may have. I think for a lot of guys, they could probably use this break off. It does help, obviously, with no games for the next week and, no Giannis and such. So, but I think coming up here now, these next few weeks, starting a week from today, is going to be a huge stretch for the Bucs and what could determine whether they make the playoffs or not. And, I mean, we can look at this and say and try to predict, but the NBA, kind of like baseball, it gets hard to really forecast long-term and such. And then after, March 10th, they're going to be on the road quite a bit. I mean, they're going to be finishing up the season quite a bit on the road. So take advantage of the schedule. And just kind of looking ahead, they got Cleveland a couple times. We know Cleveland's owned them. They kind of have their number. So they got Cleveland. They've got Boston a couple more times. They got quite a bit of after that March 10th, they got quite a bit of games against the Western Conference opponents and such. But Detroit is on here just one more time, and that's at Detroit in April. But I don't know. Do you feel better right now about where the Bucs are? And do you think it's something as simple as they're just playing more relaxed because the talk about who's going to be here, who's going to get traded before the deadline and, what even like Giannis talking to the media and kind of maybe, calling out some of his teammates and such. It just feels like after all that came to pass, this team is just played more confident. They're playing more relaxed, playing more loose, just playing basketball instead of maybe worrying about less stressful. Maybe not trying to press so much. It's like, okay, trade deadline's gone. I'm still here. Giannis still here. We don't have to worry about all this stuff. I don't have to answer questions about this from the media. I'm going to go out there and just ball. Kind of feels that way. That everybody's just more relaxed. There isn't that awkwardness. There isn't that, thing maybe, that cloud hovering above them about whether so-and-so is going to be here or whether I'm going to be here or, they're just, it feels like they're not pressing as much. And I hope that's something that they can continue. They're going to need to continue that coming up after the All-Star break. When you look at the standings as it currently is for the Eastern Conference, the Bucs are 1.5 games back from the Atlanta Hawks for that 10th spot. They're just 2 back from the Hornets, who are currently in that 9th spot, and the Hornets are playing some really, really good basketball. 9-1 in their last 10 games. If you want to try to get maybe into that top 6, That's a little bit of a tougher hill. Philadelphia is currently holding on to that spot. And if you do the math, the Bucs are 6.5 games behind Philadelphia for that. So that's going to be a little bit of a tougher battle or a tougher hill to climb if that's who you have in your sights. And, again, we can look at these schedules and try to figure it out, but I think we've got too many games left to kind of really pigeonhole and get into that. I think the focus is probably let's just get in that play-in 7 through 10 and kind of play it by ear after that point. So, but no, to answer my own question, yeah, I feel better. I feel, good about where the things are trending for the Bucs. We still got 29 more games left to go in this thing. I will say I'm very curious to see how everything kind of, for how well it's been going in these last few games. How does that change when Giannis does get back in the lineup? I still feel like Giannis is going to be back. I know there was that report, that talk during trade deadline day that Bucs might shut him down for the rest of the year. I still question that. So if he does come back into this lineup, I'm curious to see how it all kind of gels, how the two new guys, Jay and Thomas, how they kind of fit into the rotation, but also gel with Giannis. Because let's be real, it's not like, no offense, but it's not like Bobby Portis has been missing all this time, and when Portis comes back, you got to figure out how to play with Bobby Portis. It's completely different with Giannis. Everything flows through Giannis when he is on the court. So it is completely different in trying to figure out how to play with a guy like Giannis than it is for anybody else on this roster. So I'm going to be really curious with the two new guys coming in who have been playing really well for this Bucs team. How does it all gel when the Greek Freak is back out on the courts? That's going to be interesting. And honestly, hopefully sooner rather than later. So get a little bit of time to get used to each other. But at the same time, too, there's not a ton of games left to try to make up ground and get back into that playoff picture. So, all right, let's take a quick break. Coming up, we'll talk some Brewers. Brewers bringing back, well, they were going to bring back Contreras, but avoiding arbitration. Seems like the team's set. We'll get an update from spring training coming up. When it's time to shop, make it simple on yourself and head to Hy-Vee in Eau Claire. From fresh produce and bakery favorites to pantry staples, household items, and everyday essentials, Hy-Vee in Eau Claire makes it simple to get everything you need in one stop. With friendly service, a great selection, and helpful local employees ready to assist, shopping is always convenient at Hy-Vee. You can shop in store, online, curbside pickup, save time every week. Hy-Vee in Eau Claire, where there's a helpful smile in every aisle. And if you are maybe putting together a feast for tomorrow, V-Day, Valentine's Day, and such, get all the supplies, or you can check out, they've got their floral department as well if you're looking for any last-minute Valentine's gifts, maybe for the wife, girlfriend, whatever, maybe. You can head on over there. They got gifts there. Pick up some gift cards, or, again, get supplies to make that special meal and such. Get it all at Hy-Vee. Jeremy, really good point, Jeremy. Darvin Ham coached that game last night. Doc Rivers was not available due to some personal stuff, apparently. Darvin Ham was the acting head coach. Jeremy says, good win for sure. I think they had a little more juice because Doc wasn't on the bench last night. And I think that's a really great point, Jeremy, because I've wanted Darvin Ham to be the head coach. I feel like he should get a shot. If the Bucs had decided to move on from Doc Rivers at this point this year, I wanted to see Darvin Ham get a chance. And I don't know if any of you have had a chance to kind of listen to some of the quotes out there and such, but Mike's caught him in and such, telling his players, have a good time out there. Meet force with force. They try to get up in us. We got to be more physical. So, yeah, Darvin is incredibly well respected. Even before he was head coach of the Lakers, when he was with the Bucs, he filled in for a game for Mike Budenholzer, and I still remember watching like the post-game locker room because they presented him with the game ball. They had won, and like Giannis and Middleton were dousing him with water and such. He has got immense respect with a lot of those players, and I think he's going to be a head coach again. Honestly, I wouldn't mind it if it is with the Bucs. But great point, Jeremy. Darvin Ham leading the bench last night. Jeremy also says, I think the Bucs need to win at least 18 games to finish the season. I don't think they would get to the 6, but I'm hoping they can get to 7 or 8 so they can host a play-in game. Yeah, that's the big one too. And plus, you're 7 or 8. If you do happen to lose that game, you get another shot, right? You get the lower seed, you lose right away. You're one and done, essentially. So, but no, the Darvin Ham connection there. I don't, Doc was, I think they said was attending a funeral and such, but which, I think Darvin Ham's going to be a head coach again. I wouldn't mind it if it's with the Bucs. So, all right, quick Brewers nuggets here, and we're going to talk more Brewers when we get Brandon and such. But yesterday, the news: Contreras agreeing to a 1-year deal to avoid that infamous arbitration meeting. Brewers agreeing to a 1-year deal with a club option for 2027. This year, Contreras is going to make $9.4 million. The club option is $14.5 million. $14.5 million for 2027. That converts to a mutual option if Contreras finishes in the top 4 in NL MVP voting. So he's got other escalators and bonus structures and such as well. But Pat Murphy yesterday said, quote, he means a ton to our team, and I have a good relationship with him. This was the quote I wanted to get from Pat Murphy. Quote, I'm happy that it worked out the way that it did. A lot of people put a lot of work into making that happen. I'm really excited. William will sleep well tonight and get ready to go for the spring. Matt Arnold saying, quote, he means a ton to our team, and I have a good relationship with him, and I value him a lot. And so having a deal done for him, I know is important. I love how he plays the game and who he is and what he means to our franchise. So I am thrilled to get a deal done. You know, we talk about this pitching staff for the Brewers and the youth in the inexperience with this staff. And, you know, kind of it's the wild card. It's one of the wild cards of this team, right? We don't know how well these younger starting pitchers are going to perform this year. There's going to be a lot on their shoulders. And one guy that could really help them out is going to be Contreras. You know, how valuable is it to have? Something that we haven't really talked a whole lot about, but how valuable is it to have a guy like William Contreras behind the plate and helping out a lot of these younger pitchers? It's going to be incredibly, incredibly valuable for this team. Even like Gary Sanchez, if he comes in and catches once every 2 or 3 weeks it might be, because Contreras never wants to rest, to have those veteran catchers helping out these younger pitchers is going to be a big-time bonus. And I think it's just that comfort factor. It's just that the confidence that they're going to have with Contreras behind the plate. You know, when he's giving them the signs and such, to know I got a good dude back there. He knows what he's doing. I think it's going to be a huge, huge boost for these younger pitchers. And, you know, he's got an escalator in there or that mutual option if he finishes in the top 4 in NL MVP voting. And that's the one thing, too. It was a couple years ago. Contreras a couple years ago, first half of the season, was probably like top 4, top 5 in NL MVP. So it's not completely out of the possibility that he could finish top 4. Now, would he finish MVP? I think it'd be really tough. But top 4? No, I don't think it would be that tough. If the Brewers make the postseason and Contreras has a really good offensive year, you do have to factor in how he manages the pitching staff. So when we talk about maybe some of the most important Brewers this year, yeah, you got the Yelich's, you got the Jackson Cheerios, you could throw in the Brandon Woodruffs and the Jacob Mizorowskis. But Contreras is probably a guy that, can you make the case, is the guy that has an influence on both sides of the ball offensively? We know he's a good offensive catcher, or a good hitter on the offensive side as a catcher. But then defensively calling those pitches, working with those younger pitchers. Guy's going to be incredibly important for the overall success of this Brewers team this year. So, and I don't know what the future is going to, you know, they still have a couple years of control for Contreras, and I know they've got, you know, Jefferson Kiro, you know, kind of waiting in the wings, and Pat Murphy has said multiple times that he's a big Jefferson Kiro fan, and you know, I don't know what the future is going to be like for Contreras, but I'll tell you what, I hope the guy is going to be here for a while. Pat Murphy's already got some high expectations for Contreras, saying, quote, I think he'll be better than his all-star season in 2024. I think he's got a great year ahead of him. And you look at last year, too. Remember, he had that finger injury. And you know that had to affect him at the plate. I mean, you could see some of those pitches that were coming at him. And, you know, or foul tips. It was affecting him back there just playing catcher. But the guy still went out there and played. He's like an old school ball player. You're not taking me out. I'm going to play every day. And as a catcher, I love the mindset. I love his leadership. Lead by example. Lead by being out there on the field. And I feel like, too, this is a guy that might take a big step or probably should take a big step in being a leader of this ball club. With that young pitching staff and with a lot on his shoulders, I think this is a big opportunity for Contreras to step up in that leadership role. Matt Arnold also saying he plays the game the way we like to play, and he doesn't want to come off the field, and he's a tenacious competitor, and I love that about him. You know, he never wants to come out of the lineup, and so I think that's what makes him special and why he's maybe the best catcher in the game. And if we do the shredder rankings from MLB Network and such, they had him at second behind Cal Raleigh. Last year, Contreras was listed at number 1. Pat Murphy also going on to say, I love having him on this club, and I love what he brings because it's no nonsense, and it's right in your face. There's one objective, and that's to get it done, and I love that about him. It's rare to have that much of that in a player. I don't think I'd call him a throwback, but I'd call him a pit bull. He is ready to go. It's good to have chains nearby to put him in once in a while because he's ready to go. I love that quote from Murphy. I love that. Matt Arnold saying the new finger had November surgery to repair that finger. The new finger looks great. Yeah, very proud of the finger. He needs like a bionic finger. Can we do that? So, all right, we'll have plenty more Brewers talk this morning as we're just a week and a day away from our first spring training game of the season. We got to take a quick break. We'll be back to wrap up the first hour. Coming up after these quick words. If hunting season means something to you, it's time that you head on over to Tilden Gun, and maybe you're looking for a last-minute Valentine's Day gift idea for the hunter in your life. Hey, located right here in the Chippewa Valley, Tilden Gun is built for hunters who take their time in the woods seriously. From deer season to waterfowl season, the upcoming turkey, spring season, everything in between. They carry a strong selection of firearms, ammo, and gear trusted by Wisconsin hunters. Whether you're sighting in for opening day or maybe upgrading your setup or just maybe talking shop with the people who know the outdoors, Tilden Gun delivers experience that you can count on. This is a place where hunters are treated like hunters. So stop on in today and see them at 12427 90th Avenue in Chippewa Falls. And you can also check them out online at tildengun.com. All right. Where are we at here? We got about 8-9 minutes left to the top of the hour. So, kind of reset it. Coming up just past 7 o'clock, we will catch up with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. So, we'll do a little inside the training room with him. After that, Mr. Berg, Brandon Berg, is going to be joining us till the finish line. So, we'll talk some Brewers with him. We'll talk some hoops. We've got our local sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We've got our Pump the Brakes, Full Throttle, AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. Also, a little cream of the crop. Who are your cream of the crop picks for the past week or so? All right, send those on over to us. Hit me up with a quick text on that Shoe Doctor's bullpen line, 715-830-1912. We got a big college basketball game tonight. Badgers taking on the Spartans of Michigan State. Number 10, the Michigan State, coming over to Madison at the Kohl Center to take on Wisconsin. Both these teams coming off of big wins, both overtime wins against Illinois. Michigan State was this past weekend, Wisconsin earlier in the week. Wisconsin with a chance to add another big-time signature win to their resume already, handing Michigan a loss earlier in the season on the road. Michigan's only loss, and then coming off this win against top 10 Illinois on their home court as well. So, again, another chance here for if Wisconsin can get tonight's win, assuming everything else goes to plan and they don't just completely fall off the face of the earth, they've got that spot locked up. I think even if they drop this one, winning that game against Illinois earlier in the week put them in a really, really good spot. But if they can win tonight, Now we're cooking. Now we're really cooking with this. So I think it's good. Wisconsin, Greg Gard, they always seem to play well going up against Michigan State. It always I'll have to look at the history and such, but it just feels like there's always some really good matchups, really close games between these two. Tom Izzo for years now has just had immense respect for Greg Gard, immense respect for the Badger basketball program. I know there's quite a few Badger fans who are not, Tom Izzo fans and such, but when you listen to Tom Izzo and such, he has constantly sung the praises of the Wisconsin program, whether it was when Bo Ryan was head coach, when Greg Gard was brought on as a coach. I remember Tom Izzo singing the praises of Greg Gard, saying he hates recruiting against him. So, and I know Tom Izzo the other day again says still one of his biggest regrets is not getting John Blackwell, who is right now obviously with Wisconsin. So, and you look at the lines, the odds makers out there, they're expecting a close matchup. Michigan State is favored, but by only 1.5 points tonight. Only 1.5. Matchup predictor does favor Michigan State, 54.2% compared to 45.8%. So, tip time for tonight's game is going to be around 7 o'clock. It should be another classic, another awesome game between these two. So, very similar in a lot of ways, too, when you look at the numbers. Wisconsin's averaging more points per game, 83.3. Michigan State, 79.1. But maybe the biggest difference here is Michigan State's only given up 65.6 points per game, whereas Wisconsin's given up 75.8% per game. So, yeah, Look at that, those point differentials. Michigan State, obviously, they want to get this win to stay into competition or contention, for the Big Ten Conference regular season championship. They're still 2.5 games back from Michigan, but if Wisconsin gets this win, they'll go up into a tie with Michigan State. Right now, Wisconsin looking for their 10th conference win. They're sitting there at 9-4. Michigan State at 10-3. So we'll definitely pick this game when we get to our picks coming up, obviously, later on in the program. So, okay. Don't forget, you can join in. Give us your thoughts. You can make picks with this game, too, if you'd like. Hit me up, 715-830-1912, or chime in on the YouTube stream where Joe's over there saying, bring on baseball, ready for Brewers and Express baseball. So, yeah, I hear you. All right, just a couple minutes left to the top of the hour. I got to make sure the right mic is on. Good morning, Morgan.
How's it going? Is this the right one?
It is the right one.
Oh, I thought maybe you were going to tune me off. Hey,
No.
Thanks for the Valentine's Day card. I see them all around the office. Yeah, that's ironic. It seems to be more like a prank from you than anything else.
Maybe it is.
So
Did you have it yet?
Here's the funny thing. You got me green apple Laffy Taffy, which is polarizing. That's a polarizing flavor, but it's better than banana Laffy Taffy.
Okay, because I was going to give it banana.
Okay, no, it's good. But I'm in the newsroom this morning, and one of our coworkers walks in and says, "Hey, Morgs, thanks for the Valentine's Day card." And I said, "It wasn't from me. It's from Kasper." And he's like, "Yeah, right." No, I said, "Really? Read it. It's not from me."
Was it Murph?
Yeah,
it was Murph.
Thought it was from me, and I said, "No, it's not. It's from Kasper." So I made him go read it, and he was shocked.
Yeah,
so there you go.
I got everybody on a good prank. Yeah.
So what do you think of teams state hopping? I just did a story for one of my other stations, and so I do news for some other states around the country, and Iowa happens to be one of them. And there's some legislative action there to bring the Bears in. What do you think about that?
I think it's funny because it's the Bears.
Right.
Yeah.
But do you think it would be?
I don't want it to happen.
Okay.
Because I think the history and the tradition, that sort of stuff.
Chicago,
exactly.
Soldier Stadium and all that. Yeah, of course.
So, but I think it's funny.
It's funny, I think, as a Packers fan, because it's unfathomable to us to not have the Packers.
Mm-hmm.
But, you think about the Chargers or any team that does state
I still call it San Diego Chargers.
We all
even
do.
though it's still in the same state. But
we all do. It's weird. It's like it never really catches on. It's like,
Oakland Raiders, I still call.
Same.
Yeah.
It's
Or
like
Las
when
Vegas Raiders still call Oakland.
Tries to give themselves like a nickname and it doesn't stick. That's what it feels like when teams do that. Or even the stadiums, I still think of Miller Park.
Yeah, exactly.
So-
it's like Wrigley Field, even if, that would Fenway Park.
Oh, absolutely.
That sort of stuff.
You can't touch Fenway. That's
No.
kind of untouchable.
No.
So what do you think about, would you like any team that you know of to move? Like, would you like to see any team out of a certain state? Like, do you think any team has overstayed its welcome?
I guess I never thought of it that way. I will, the Chiefs one kind of got lucky that they're moving to the state of Kansas.
Okay.
Even though it's Kansas City Chiefs.
Okay.
Because now they're moving to Kansas, which
Right.
is still kind of weird.
Yeah.
So
versus Missouri.
Right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't know if they're going to still be called. Are they just going to get rid of the city and just call themselves Kansas Chiefs?
They couldn't. It'd be fine.
Right.
Because most people aren't going to make that. It still rolls off the tongue the same,
Yep.
so it doesn't seem
and
like
I
that
think
big of a change.
a lot of people still just assume Kansas City's in Kansas. So
No. So do you think that we will see the Iowa Bears anytime soon?
no, but I kind of want. There is a small part of me that wants it to happen.
They're pushing
so
for a stadium
I
and
know.
everything there right now. So
I know. So I think Illinois will eventually get it.
any Bears fans that would?
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah?
And they're probably listening right now.
And they want them to sit tight where they're at?
I think so.
Okay.
I think so. But
All right.
all right. Well,
mean,
thanks, Morgs.
Doesn't make your team any better no matter where you're playing out of.
There you go. All right, one in. We got a few more to go. We'll be right back after these news updates. All right, second quarter kicking off right now on this Friday morning, Friday the 13th. Hopefully not too many of you are too superstitious or out there. But regardless, happy Friday 13th for anybody who does celebrate that. We're going to get back to some more hoops talk. Bucks with a nice win last night. Badgers with a huge game tonight going up against Michigan State. We're going to get to more baseball talk as well as we are inching closer to spring training. We've got local sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center with our friend Brandon breaking down the latest and greatest in our area. But we kick off this hour as we usually do every Friday morning for a little Inside the Training Room with our doc, Dr. Austin Crow. Good morning, Austin. How you doing, sir?
I'm doing great.
Hey, we got to lead off talking about a topic that we had last week, Lindsey Vaughn with that gruesome injury. I think it was last weekend too, but fractured a leg, had to be airlifted and surgery. And it sounds like multiple surgeries she's going to have. So can you, from what you've read or heard and such, can you kind of maybe break it down to the type of fracture or injuries that she did suffer from that gruesome crash?
Yeah, so she's made a couple posts, so you can see some things. She hasn't explicitly said a lot, but you can infer a couple things. One of the pictures that I'm sure a lot of people have seen is the one where she has, it's called an external fixator, so it looks like an erector set on the outside of the leg. What that is where we put pins into the bone, and it's a temporizing stabilization of the bone. So in this case, the break is going to be, and almost certainly in the lower bone, the tibia, probably involving the knee joint or maybe right below it. One of the pictures you can see just kind of creeping out at the edge, basically an open wound that's covered by what's called a wound vac. So it was either an open fracture, meaning the bones came through the skin, or I think more likely she ended up having what are called fasciotomies. So because in one of her posts, she said, I had a second surgery to help improve blood flow to the leg. Basically, if people develop excessive pressure around a fracture, it can create a condition called compartment syndrome, which is a very dangerous condition. It's basically where there's so much swelling in the thick lining around the muscle compartment called the fascia, it doesn't give. And basically, it puts so much pressure back on itself, it can kill the leg. So it's a limb-threatening condition. So how we treat that is we actually make an incision and we release the fascia called fasciotomies, and that decreases the pressure. So I assume that's her lay person description of a fasciotomy. And again, that wound certainly looked like one. So my guess is the first surgery that they had, they put her in the external fixator. The second surgery was the fasciotomies later. And then she said she had a third surgery, which my guess was to just kind of clean those wounds. Because once you have an open fasciotomy, you have to go back to the OR every couple of days and kind of clean it out to make sure it doesn't create an infection. Ultimately, she's going to need at least one or two more surgeries to number one, fix the fracture with what we call definitive fixation. Usually that's going to be either plates and screws if it involves the joint, or if it's more just in the shaft of the bone, a rod. And then a lot of times we'll have to do, if the fasciotomy wounds are really big, you end up having to do skin grafting procedures as well. So she's probably facing one or two, maybe three more surgeries, depending on how things play out. So yeah, I mean, it's a very, very significant injury without a doubt. It depends exactly on the nature of the fracture, what the long-term prognosis is. But despite how horrific it looks, a lot of times we're able to get people back doing pretty well. Now, to go back and compete at the Olympic level, and I think she's already said that was her last one, I think that might be a tall order, but I think hopefully they'll be able to get her back where she's able to live a good life with high function of that leg.
Was there any, and I don't know if I'm going to be able to describe this correctly, but like when I was kind of, seeing some of the pictures and following along with the updates, was there any maybe concern, do you think? Is there that vein? I guess I'm thinking about like the Teddy Bridgewater knee dislocation sort of thing.
Yeah.
Was there anything possibly that could concern something like that?
Yeah, I mean, you can, with injuries like that, you can have injuries to it's more so the artery than the vein, but yeah, you can have injuries to those that can be certainly limb-threatening. Knee dislocations, which is what Teddy Bridgewater had, that happens much more commonly. Fractures, not that it doesn't happen, it's pretty darn rare. So is it possible one of her surgeries was a vascular surgery where they repaired damage to the artery? Yeah, that's possible. So she did not disclose that, and maybe that's what she meant by improved blood flow. So certainly I interpret it as fasciotomy, and again, you can see a fasciotomy wound, but maybe she had both. And in fact, often if there's an arterial injury, we do prophylactic fasciotomies because risk compartment syndrome is so high. So maybe she had something like that. That's possible. So whatever it was clearly because there was a threat to the limb. So whether it was a revascularization, meaning they repaired or bypassed an artery, or if they did fasciotomy, either way, a very significant concern for the leg at that point. So clearly, whatever the surgeon was doing, they had some concerns, that's for sure.
Staying with knee injuries, going to the NBA, though, Jaren Jackson, who was recently traded before the deadline to the Jazz. I am going to mispronounce probably every word in this thing here, but the team announced that he was going to be done for the year after a growth in his left knee was removed. An MRI discovered a pigmented Villandaller civinosis growth. I probably just butchered that.
You didn't. You butchered some of them, but not all of them. You got the first one right. So
okay.
Yeah, it's PVNS or pigmented villonodular synovitis. And so yeah, I mean I treat that pretty commonly. So I'll see a couple of cases that a year. So basically, it's where you get it's benign, so it's not cancerous, but it is locally aggressive. So when it's in a joint, most commonly we find it in the knees, although you can find it in other joints in the body. It's a little patch. So the synovium is your joint lining. So it's a synovial disorder. So it's a condition of the joint lining that it has this proliferation, meaning it grows. So think of it in that sense like it is a cancer because it grows aggressively, but it doesn't spread to the other parts of your body and it can't kill you. But what it can do is damage the tissue around it. So people often present with swelling and pain in the knee, and they're like, I didn't do anything to my knee. Why is it painful and swollen? You get an MRI, you see these changes. Yeah, you generally can't tell definitively based on the MRI. Then you'll have a scope, and the treatment is what's called a synovectomy, where we literally shave the entire joint lining out. And generally, that does treat it. There is a recurrence rate, so it can come back. Sometimes they'll also treat it with radiation therapy for the same idea, as that it'll decrease the risk of it coming back. So even though it can be locally aggressive, if they catch it early, which I'm sure they did, the success rate is quite high. So, and it also depends on where it's at. If people have a ton of it in the back of the knee, it can be a little more tricky. Just because the artery and vein you and I were just talking about with Lindsey Vaughn's knee, well, everyone has one. So
yeah.
When you have to operate in the back of the knee, you get a little more concerned with that. So we tend to be a little less aggressive with shaving the synovium back there, just because you're less than a quarter inch away from a major artery. So, but if it's in the front of the knee or the what's called the supratellar pouch, the success rate is really, really high. So yeah, this is a thing that's, not a lot of people have necessarily heard of, but PVNS for sure. It's easier to say that. Yeah, it's a condition we see. It's benign. It's treatable. Has a high success rate. So obviously no one wants a problem, but considering knee problems, that one should be one he should be able to bounce back from.
Staying with basketball, Cooper Flagg, he's going to be missing All-Star Weekend with what they're calling a sprained midfoot. So I know we talk a lot about different degrees with ankle sprains and such, but with a midfoot, obviously we've talked about midfoot fractures and such. Is this kind of concerning with the area of a midfoot, or is there different degrees of like midfoot sprains too?
Yeah, it is. I mean, they basically all have them. We're probably less likely to get real into the details as far as the severity with a true score, like a grade 1 or 2. But if we look at, the area that's injured, yeah, I mean, midfoot injuries, they can be tricky. So now if it was a high grade injury, that'd be like a Liz Frank injury. That's that's not the only midfoot joint, but it's probably the most commonly injured one. That's a very significant injury. And so they didn't say that explicitly. They just said midfoot. So it's unclear exactly which joint of the midfoot. But either way, I mean, they are significant injuries. So they're not something that usually heals real quickly, and they're not something that usually goes away and is like pain-free. I mean, eventually, yes, but it's just hard because no matter what you do, there's load that goes across that. So it's hard to really remove any stress through the midfoot, because anytime you walk or step, you're going to transfer weight from the heel up to the front of your foot. So the energy goes through the middle of the foot, hence the midfoot joints get loaded. So it seems like they're not super concerned. This may be more of kind of quote load management, although hard to say for sure. They may put them in a boot and shut them down for a while. If it is super mild and it's more just kind of like, oh, it's sore, it could be a pretty quick thing. But if they're shutting them down, my guess is that they're concerned that this may be something more significant. So certainly nothing at this point I'd be worried about like career threatening or anything, but it's not something to take lightly. These sometimes take a while to bounce back from, and you just got to get through it. You can't just ignore it. Now, there are some things you can do, like carbon fiber inserts. that people will wear inside their shoe that takes a little bit of load off. So again, that same idea when you're transferring energy from the heel to the toes as you push off, if you have a stiff sole, aka carbon fiber sole, it can take some of that energy. And so he could protect it a little bit. So there might be some ways they can get it back out there sooner rather than later. But ultimately, it does depend on the severity. But like I said, the ankle, the ligaments are really big. The midfoot, the ligaments are tiny. So it's sometimes hard to really get a good idea of the severity. Basically, what you'll have is when you assess them, say, like, is it completely ruptured, yes or no? If it's not and the joint's stable, you consider it lower grade. If it's fully torn, then you'll often see, especially with a Lisp Frank, for example, the bones will shift. And so you can see that on x-ray, and that's a severe injury. And so it doesn't seem like it's anything like that. So hopefully this is on the mild side.
We do have spring training getting set to go, and three really good players, apparently suffering the same injury. Francisco Lindor, Corbin Carroll, and Jackson Holiday are all dealing with hamate fractures in their hand. So with this one, they're saying timeline could be 6 to 8 weeks and such, but is that a tricky surgery to kind of perform? Because it's in the hand, and I know it's under your pinky, right? Kind of the hamate bone over there?
It's not. It's at the base. So if you kind of follow your pinky and your ring finger up to the palm, and so the fractures are almost universally the hook of the hamate. So the hamate has a little process we call the hook, and actually the hook of the hamate is what is one of the anchors for the ligament that creates your carpal tunnel. So it's kind of well known for that. Traditionally, the injuries are almost universally to two athletes, golfers and baseball players. So baseball players, it's from the ball hitting there, or like when they're swinging the bat, like a jarring injury, or golfers if they ground their club. So it's surprising I haven't broke my hamate actually, Nick. But if you ground your club, that energy can get transferred right up into that, and so it can crack that area. And so the problem is, number one, it hurts. So like every time you grip and load, and then it can also cause inflammation, irritation directly adjacent to the carpal tunnel, and can cause some carpal tunnel type symptoms. So so generally the treatment for that, interestingly, a lot of times you hear broken bone, like, let's fix it, let's put a plate and screw or whatever. Generally, this actually just take the piece of bone out. So they release the ligament that's holding it, so the transverse carpal ligament, which creates the carpal tunnel. They remove it, and then they just take that piece of bone out. So there's, of course, an incision in the palm, and that needs to heal. But overall, success rate for the surgery is high, and most people get back to their pre-injury level. So although it doesn't sound like a lot of fun, it's usually not a horrific injury.
So they actually, just like what you said, they remove that bone. They don't have to like pin it or anything. Is that because of the blood flow, or just because of the size of the bone?
Yeah, it's size of the piece. It's small. So it's really quite small. So a lot of times with little small chips of bone, like you can say, hey, let's just let that go. The problem is it's sitting in your palm. So every time you grip and load, which of course the athletes that tend to injure it do exactly that. So if you have to tell a golfer or a baseball player not to grip things anymore, it's like, well, that doesn't work. So
right.
it creates a scenario that, it's an area, though it's not a severe fracture, it's just very symptomatic. So generally they just excise the piece. That's the traditional treatment for it.
Last question for you. I got to go back to the Super Bowl. So rookie offensive lineman Will Campbell, who obviously had a rough game in that Super Bowl, but he said that he had torn a ligament in his knee during the season and that he wasn't 100% for the playoffs, but said it wasn't an excuse. So, I mean, you hear an offensive lineman say he tore a ligament in his knee at some point in the season, still played. How accurate is that? Was that maybe more of a sprain? Because I know we've talked about, sprains and tears and such. I mean, the headline kind of seems more dramatic than maybe what it actually was, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So to answer your question, every sprain, I tell this to patients all the time, every sprain has some level of tearing. I mean, that's the definition of a sprained ligament. So yes, I mean, when we say a tear, is it a partial tear? And if you really think about it, a partial tear is anywhere from 1% to 99% of the fibers, right? If it's 0%, there's no tear. If it's 100%, it's fully torn. So partial tear is anywhere in the middle. Now, you can have high-grade tears where people play through them with bracing, things like that. But usually in a football player, to have a high-grade ligament injury in a knee, I mean, that almost always requires time off. It is very difficult to play through a really high-grade ligament injury. Lower-grade ones, they can, and even though they're lower grade, that implies maybe it's not that significant of injury. It can be. I mean, it can really be debilitating. It depends on which one. I don't think they said which one. Not at least I saw. Did you see any comments on which ligament it was?
No, I didn't see it at all. No.
Yeah, neither did I. So, okay. So, I mean, there's a lot of ligaments around the knee, right? So, there's the four main, there's your ACL, PCL, MCL, and then LCL, which is kind of what we call part of the postlateral corner. So that collectively, each of those can have their own injury. The collaterals are much easier to play through. So MCLs and LCLs. But, even those, I mean, there are plenty of guys who have a bad MCL or LCL injury that miss 4 to 6 weeks. So you got to give them credit for playing through whatever level it was. But I mean, it's always tricky, as a fan to hear your players say that. And you're like, well, if you were so injured you couldn't be out there, like, why were you out there?
You're right,
It's one
yeah.
of those things. But so it's like, it feels a little bit like an excuse, but in the same token, right? I mean, these guys are tough athletes and they have that mindset of like, I'm going to be out there no matter what. So if they feel like they can participate, they can. So, as a person treating them, you really look at it as this, like, is the joint stable enough to be safe? Can they run and jump and cut and pivot? And if they can do all those things safely, then you say you can get back out there. And then at that point, it's up to the coaching staff to say, look, let's say player X is at 90%. Are they better than the backup at 100%? If the answer is yes, they go out there. If they're not, then they sit and let it heal, because it's not usually they're not dangerous injuries. So it's not something where we're worried about like, hey, like one false step and this leg's going to fall apart. But on the same token, they can be significant enough where it affects their ability to participate, right? And so they just don't have that same ability to change direction, to load, and that's when you sometimes say, hey, you're just not ready. You can't be out there.
All right, man. Good stuff as always. He's Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Appreciate the time. Happy Valentine's Day if you do celebrate for tomorrow too. So.
Absolutely. I'm sure I have something great lined up for the wife.
There you go. We appreciate it, buddy.
We'll
talk
reminder
again
to all you listeners, right?
Exactly. Yep. So we appreciate it, buddy, and we'll chat with you again soon.
All right. Take care.
You got it. Dr. Austin Crow, Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. All right, let's take a quick break, and we'll bring in Mr. Brandon Berg, coming up after these quick words. When joint pain and stiffness or injury affects your daily life, turn to Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Their experienced physicians and care teams provide comprehensive orthopedic care for shoulders, hips, knees, backs, and more. Focused on helping you move comfortably again. From diagnosis to treatment and recovery, you'll receive personalized care close to home. Learn more or schedule your appointment today by going to cvosm.com. Chippewa Valley Orthopedics and Sports Medicine. Expert care to keep you moving. You are on that one. Good morning, Brandon. Everybody switches mics when they come in here. So good morning, Brandon. How are you?
Why do they do that?
I don't know. How are you?
There's 3 choices.
There is. Morgan was on that one, so I had to turn that one on. Yeah, okay. How are you?
I'm all right. How are you?
Just all right.
Yeah, it's early.
I gave you a treat.
You did.
Yeah. It's supposed to...
Happy February 13th.
Happy Friday the 13th.
Happy spooky day.
Yeah. I think there's another one next month, too.
Oh, we got back-to-back. I suppose.
We do? Yeah.
Yeah, because of 28 days.
Yep.
7 or 4 even weeks of 7, so that makes sense. So.
Yep. So that's got to be like
spooky days.
That's got to be like double the bad luck, right? So, oh man, we're gonna do coming up a little bit later on. We've got our AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, which will also include a trivia question for the final free oil change for listeners out there. So make sure you are listening. Let's say about 8:20 this morning. So, Surveyor, if you want to do your trivia for Brandon, you can do it. Because Brandon will know it more than I do. He asked if we wanted Brewers ones.
Oh.
Brandon would know a lot more about that.
But you can still get involved in it.
I could. Maybe we could tag team.
There you go.
Or something. So, but nonetheless, speaking of Brewers, Brandon, talked a little bit about it. But Contreras getting that 1-year deal. But now, well, I did talk to you earlier this week with the phone call and such. But now that you've had some time to let it marinate. What are your thoughts on the Caleb Durbin trade and the return of Kyle Harrison and such?
I mean, it does. My thought doesn't really change too much. I mean, adding to kind of what I would just at this point kind of call the the starting pitcher group.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, because we don't know how that's going to work out outside of a couple guys at the top. I mean, Kyle Harrison's someone that is not that far removed from being a very kind of well talked about prospect, and the first kind of run through with the Red Sox, it didn't go bad. It just didn't go great. So obviously they see something there that they can kind of tweak and work with. And you just have to go back to last year to Quinn Priester to see an example of, that working for the Brewers.
Mm-hmm.
Otherwise, I think Hamilton is someone that, he's a utility infielder. He plays good defense. He's really fast. So I think that's obviously going to probably endear him to the Brewers and Pat Murphy with his ability to play around the infield a little bit, but also just maybe even be work as a pinch runner late in games, which is something that's always a weapon to use. And then the other piece of the deal is someone that you might see at some point in the majors this year, but really high strikeout numbers, a little bit older, a little bit injury concern, but for someone that ultimately might end up as a relief pitcher, that's not uncommon or that's not necessarily a deterrent. So, but even kind of going back to what we talked about Monday. It just seems like this is the type of move you make if you feel good about, bringing or adding someone else some way for that third base spot. Because,
is that Jett Williams then, or?
Maybe. I don't know what the right word for that would be. I don't know if I'd say underwhelming, but it's a bit like Caleb Durbin last year, where he's a guy that they're similar in some ways, but they're also different in some ways. But just from the situation where he's played some at AAA, but not a lot. Mm-hmm. That was kind of Caleb Durbin's thing when he got to the Brewers last year too. And look, they started last year with the Murderers Row combination of Vinny Capra and Oliver Dunn at third base.
Mm-hmm.
And
that's right.
And that didn't. Obviously that didn't work out well at all.
Mm-hmm.
And they went to Caleb Durbin, and then that did work. So.
It almost feels like they're repeating that.
Kind of. What's the saying about those who don't learn from history? But
yeah.
But there's and the thing is, there's still plenty of we've seen this team make moves once preseason, spring training
I
started.
say preseason.
It is, but once spring training has started, we've seen them do that, a week or two in. I mean, even if it's not a trade for someone, like signing a player like a Ramon Urias, who, Brewers fans, that's Luis Urias' older brother, or like a Luis Rengifo, who played for the Angels last year, guys who could come in and I would say provide a floor at least to start, like people who've done it at the major league level, and look, they're going to be playing third base and hitting eighth. Like that's probably how that's probably what it would be looking like. But people that have done it at the major league level before, and at least gives you some idea of, okay, we know this person can do it, as opposed to like last year when they went with two guys who have never really done it at the big league level, and they didn't do it at the big league level. So, so I mean, we'll see, but that's not, just because spring training has, all but started, right now, and that position is still up for grabs doesn't mean that there still can't be something that happens.
With them, I mean, I know some of the jokes out there have been, wow, the Brewers AAA starting rotation might be better than some of the other major league rotations out there. And you look at it, I mean, they hold a lot of control over these young guys. Outside of Brandon Woodruff, I think I'd seen 2030 or Harrison's 2029, they hold control through. So I guess a couple parts to that is it feels like that's by design, that they wanted a lot of young guys, young starters for control. Is that because they don't want to get into situations where like they got to talk about trading a Freddie Peralta or going out there and trying to sign veterans? And the other part is, is it because look at what happened to him at the beginning of last year?
I mean, I think both things could be a factor in there. I mean, it's always kind of the race for, the arms race, so to speak, where you just want to have those options. You want to have people that you feel comfortable going out there, so you don't have a situation, like you mentioned at the start of last year, which no disrespect to Alvin Rodriguez, but if you start in your home opener, things have not gone the way you're kind of hoping they would. Right. So, I mean, and then plus, I mean, you can always trade from that if you need to. Like it's, having significant depth at that spot is not a bad thing, because your starters can always be relievers. I mean, that's something you see. You could see with. I mean, that's what happened down the stretch with a guy like Chad Patrick last year, who started, and he was great out of the bullpen in the postseason. Like it's almost like you figure out the rotation, and then you try to, and then you can that you got a couple guys you might be able to slot in the sixth inning, seventh inning spots in the bullpen. So yeah, I think it's just a numbers game. Just kind of throwing numbers at it a little bit, because like the days of, I think it was 2011 when the Brewers won the National League Central. They did so starting only 6 different pitchers all year. Yeah. Like that day's just gone. Like you even look at like the Dodgers, like the amount of starting pitchers they've kind of went through, and throughout the year, like that's just how it is now. Where you need, you don't just go into a year like, okay, we got our 5 starters, we're good. Like no, that's not how it works. You need to have a bunch of arms there, because inevitably someone's going to get hurt or someone's going to have some struggles, and you just need to be able to have viable options to kind of plug in there and hopefully, continue a high level of play.
And obviously now too, you're looking at like how does that rotation, kind of the initial rotation, if you will. And I know Harrison, we talked about, do they bring in a lefty? Quintana's now with the Rockies and such. Kyle Harrison is a lefty. Or does it provide them the ability to be creative and flexible? Maybe it is where we see more of, hey, DL Hall's going to get the first couple innings, and then Quinn Priester comes after that, like we saw last year and such. Does it give them options, and maybe that's what they want, is just not to pigeonhole, hey, these are our 5 guys, and we're going to roll with it. It gives them a little bit of okay, it's going to depend on maybe the matchup or the teams that we play or something like that, and they can kind of tinker with it a little bit.
I think you're right. I think this team has always kind of had an open mind for stuff like that, and yeah, I think options is kind of the big word. Not like the options as far as how many more times can they send to the minor league, but options as far as being able to kind of mix and match and really go with who's doing the best, or what's going to work at that given time.
Yeah, because it seems like a lot of their pitchers too, even if they move into the pen, they've got so much starting experience where maybe they do a couple piggyback start or so. I don't know.
I mean, it's interesting because I'm not sure a team has ever really done that as like a long-term over the course of a season plan. And I don't know if the Brewers have that plan here either, but like that's interesting because like it's a really interesting idea in theory. It's just always tough because like you plan out, let's say you have, if you're trying to account for 2 or 3 starts through rotation, you have like 6 guys that you want to You pair like Jacob Mizorowski and Robert Gasser. Like you're always trying to pair pitchers who are different.
Right.
And in theory, it can be a really, I think a really good idea because you might be able to get through 8 innings with 2 pitchers.
Mm-hmm.
But, the other thing with that, though, is, injuries happen, not being able, just struggling happens. Like, and then suddenly if you try that, you're in a spot where, okay, well, this guy only got through an inning. It's like, well, now you got to cover 8 innings and you don't have as many options.
Mm-hmm.
But it's an interesting theory. It's an interesting potential idea. And I don't know how how much they may be considering doing it, but like it's a possibility.
If there was a team that could do it though and might do it, would it be the Brewers?
Probably.
With how much they've, with Chris Hook and the pitching and that sort of thing, it feels like if there was a team to try it or do something like that, it'd be the Brewers.
Right. And I would be very interested to see it just because of that. Like, it's not something teams really do a lot.
Mm-hmm.
It would just be kind of a fun experiment if nothing else.
Right.
But at the same time, like, is that something you do when you're a team that's, even with the changes, I'm sure, expecting contend for a playoff spot? Like, or is that something you do when maybe you're trying to manufacture something because, you don't know how good you're going to be.
Right. Right. And I mean, so now that with, pitchers and catchers reporting and spring training and such, earlier in the week, Monday, we were saying, hey, is the storyline going to be, who's the starting rotation and such? Now you throw in the third base and that. In your opinion, what is the biggest storyline?
I would say right now third base, just because like starting pitching, that can change a lot throughout the year, and there's a lot of viable options. Right now, I don't see a lot of viable options on the roster at third base. Like the idea of going with Hamilton or something like that doesn't excite me. Like, and I'm not saying it couldn't work. It's just I'm just kind of like, oh, you know what I mean? Like,
yeah,
I just think that's a spot where you could get better without really having without really spending much, just because there's guys out there that are still available, and that's common when you get to the start of spring training. And then once you get into it, you'll see guys kind of start trickling in. I don't know, this guy signed this here, this guy signed there, and I think the other thing too that's kind of going to complicate this a little bit is the World Baseball Classic.
Yeah,
where if you've got guys that are maybe playing for
like Ortiz's.
And also guys that are free agents that maybe are playing for teams. Whereas are you approaching? Is that kind of your first priority? If so, then are you going to wait till maybe after to sign, or if a team signs you, are they expecting, okay, hey, we're going to want you here for this? Like, it's just and that's not necessarily a knock on the WBC. I'm looking forward to it, but it's just another factor you have to account for.
Right.
And right now, and we just. When it comes to third base, the Brewers, we don't know. Like, I mean, they literally emptied out their depth chart at third base.
That was the surprising thing, right? I mean, it was like everybody,
right?
Not just keeping one of them. Just
right, and it's also interesting to me that the Red Sox wanted to do that.
Yeah.
Okay, I understand training for Caleb Durbin, but I mean, you're training. And we know Andrew Monasterio is a utility guy, and Siegler played some, but it's kind of odd that unless it's a pitcher that you see somebody trade for that many people that are kind of the same thing.
Right.
So, but, that's kind of now the situation they're in where, I think I'd seen last year, the player that had played the second most time at third base was Andrew Vaughn. They're currently on the Brewers roster.
Oh, geez. So not with the Brewers, but.
Yeah, not with the Brewers. That has the most experience, or probably beyond Jory Ortiz. And obviously he's not going to play there.
Right.
But that's just, crazy the amount. Sal Frelick played an inning or an inning and a half there, and he was one of the more experienced guys there.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have it right now. That doesn't mean that, someone can't jump in there. Obviously Caleb Durbin did that last year, but that's not always going to be the case.
Mm-hmm. Right. Okay, we got to take a quick break, but we'll have plenty more baseball talk and Brewers chats coming your way. So stick around. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. Looking for a great place to gather in the Chippewa Valley? Then you need to check out the VFW Post 305 with a full calendar of events, live music, and a menu packed with crowd favorites. It's a spot where everyone feels welcome. Whether you're stopping in for a casual night out or meeting friends and catching up over some great food and drinks, there's always something happening at the VFW Post 305, located 1300 Star Avenue in Eau Claire. And we'll be over there Friday, March 20th for a little Hoops Skip Day action as well. So mark it on your calendars if you're looking for a spot to watch some college basketball. So speaking of college basketball, we got a big game tonight. We've got Wisconsin taking on Michigan State. Wisconsin coming off their big win against Illinois earlier in the week. Michigan State also coming off of a big game against Illinois this past weekend. So it'll be at the Kohl Center tonight. So I think it's probably fair to say more important for Wisconsin. This game is more important, maybe just to kind of solidify, because I know bracketology still has 7, 8, 9, depending on which one you'll look at and such. But if you come away with a victory tonight for Wisconsin, and assuming everything else kind of goes to plan and such, I would imagine that probably solidifies your spot in the tournaments.
I think so. And then, whenever you have a quad one opportunity, you want to be able to try to take advantage of it, especially at home because, they're playing more road games than home games here down the stretch. But, yeah, obviously coming off that big win, I mean, I think there's probably a lot of Badger fans out there that would just hope that the team would just stop getting behind by double digits before rallies. Like, if you could just be winning and then stay winning. But, yeah, I mean, it's a big game tonight. And just an opportunity to kind of continue to maybe move up the ladder a little bit, maybe put themselves in a position for the double bye once we get to that time for the Big Ten tournament, but we'll see. There's
only 7 more games left to go in the regular season here including tonight's game, so until we get to tournament time. So, but, I wanted them just to win at least one of these games this week, and they got that done, but now I want 2. So,
right. It's not a bad thing to be greedy when you get the opportunity. So
right. So I hope – because, you get – and I get some people are maybe kind of questioning why is Wisconsin a bubble team right now. You've been seeing a lot of people say, like, why are they considered a bubble team? And is it just strictly because they kind of began the season, all right, they were beating the lesser teams, but then really struggled against, like, good teams and tournament teams. And, yes, they gave Michigan their only loss so far. Then they lose to, Indiana and such. That maybe kind of, doing a little bit. But do you think a lot of it's from the beginning part of the season?
I think so, probably. I mean, the loss, like the Villanova, who's, okay. But, there's just losses on their –
TCU.
Yeah, losses on their resume that are just kind of
Yeah. Getting dominated by BYU probably didn't help earlier on.
Right. But this is a better team now than it was 2 months ago. And I think that's, as a Badger fan, that's what you're looking for. And obviously you're hoping that, this is a better team a month from now than it is right now. But, it seems like it's a team that's, at the very least right now anyway, trending in a good direction.
Right. Yeah. And then you look at the backcourt with Boyd and Blackwell. Nolan Winter, I think, has been, solid. I call that the big 3. I just want a little bit more consistency from the bench. But Austin Rapp, when he does play and gets, he has the ability to be that 4th guy, it feels like, to come off the bench and be that contributor and such. So we'll have some more Badger talk coming up in Pump the Brakes or Full Throttle. So I'm going to kind of save that for that. But, I'm excited for the Big Ten Conference tournament. However the seedings play out, because I guess this is kind of a Pump the Brakes Full Throttle, but could you see half dozen, 5, 6 teams coming away when you look at Michigan, Michigan State, Illinois, Purdue, Nebraska? Throw Wisconsin in there. That's kind of how the top 6 go.
I mean, once you get to those quarterfinals, that's where it seems like business is probably really going to pick up.
Mm-hmm. So I can't wait for that. All right, we got to take one more break just because we're a little bit behind here. So we'll do that. We got plenty more Badger hoops chats. I'm saving a couple of them for our Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. Then to kick off 8 o'clock hour, we'll do Cream of the Crop and then Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. So really quick break, and we'll be back to wrap up the second hour after these quick words. When it comes to great meats, go where the locals go. That's Mike's Star Market in Eau Claire. From hand-cut steaks and fresh ground beef to quality roasts and specialty cuts, this is a true neighborhood meat shop and butcher that you can trust. Friendly service, expert cuts, and meat done right every single time. Stop by Mike's Star Market today at 2238 Heimstead Road in Eau Claire and taste the difference that a real butcher makes. Mike's Star Market. High quality you can see and flavor that you can taste. Also last night, the Bucs picking up a nice win against the OKC Thunder on the road. Got a couple of the new guys. Seems to be acclimating themselves well with this team. Brandon, do you feel like this team, they've won 5 of their last 6? Do you feel like this team is maybe just, all right, trade deadline's over. We don't have to answer these questions. Maybe a little bit of that pressure that clouds off them and they're playing a little bit more relaxed?
Could be. I mean, at this point, it's just kind of like, okay, we got what we got.
Mm-hmm.
So, kind of let's see where it goes.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, you're right. I mean, 5 of the last 6, couple, including a road back-to-back,
yeah,
which is never easy, going to Orlando and then going to Oklahoma City and beating obviously a very, very good Thunder team that won the championship last year. So
even without Shea, but still,
yeah. I mean, you got Chet Holmgren. You've got, I mean,
mm-hmm.
that was not a 1 or 2 player team last year. So,
right? Exactly.
Yeah, but now I think it's like a game and a half
mm-hmm.
out of the playoffs going into the break.
Yep.
So I mean, but that's just, I don't know, that's just kind of a good way to go into the break with a little juice there, and I'm sure those newcomers will get a little bit, they'll get back to Milwaukee and get a little time to kind of just continue working and acclimating, and we'll see kind of what they do coming out of the break, because they're still right kind of on the fringe of the mix.
Yeah, and I think one thing to maybe kind of, I'm curious to see when Giannis does come back, how that they all kind of then gel. Like, how do they pick up, or how do they make it even better than what we're seeing right now? You incorporate Giannis into that, because again, it's no offense to like a Bobby Portis or a Kyle Kuzma. It's not like they've been missing a bunch of time and then you're trying to incorporate them. Giannis is completely different. Right. How do you incorporate Giannis into this without maybe skipping a beat and maybe continue to get better? That to me is going to be interesting to see how they incorporate that.
I mean, Giannis, as far as the Bucks go, is the sun. Everything rotates around him.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just a matter of how do those pieces potentially work around him.
Right. So, but Darvin Ham was the coach last night too. So as Jeremy mentioned, maybe a little juice to that. But I still feel like Darvin Ham's going to be a coach again at some points. I don't think you can really fault him for the Lakers. I mean, he took the Lakers to the finals, or the Eastern or Western Conference Finals, I believe it was, and such. But I know I've been one. I wouldn't mind seeing Darvin Ham be the head coach for the Milwaukee Bucks, because he has all the respect in the world with those guys, even going back to his first stint as an assistant coach and such there. So, but no, I liked Cam Thomas move. I know we talked a little bit about that, or it was mentioned or announced earlier in the week and such. Why not? I like them bringing him in too.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say he's a particularly player with a deep skill set, but there is something he can do that this team really needs, and that he can score.
Mm-hmm.
Like, he is someone that can absolutely put the ball in the bucket.
Yep.
Like, that's his number one thing he does, and that's something this team has needed. And I think you saw in that second Orlando game.
Yeah.
Hitting some shots.
34 points in 25 minutes.
Right.
Yeah.
Like, that's what he can do. Like, you need someone that's kind of that threat to do that next to Giannis.
And then you got Jang, who's coming in now in his last 2 games, too.
I mean,
so.
An athletic young guy that just, look, he wasn't going to crack that rotation, with the Thunder very easily.
Right.
But, he was a lottery pick,
mm-hmm.
And obviously he's like 6'9" or something like that. So he's athletic. He's still only like 22.
Right.
So he's still growing. Like, he's still filling out, but you can see it. You just, you kind of see the playmaking ability, just the lack of a better word, just you can see the skill set.
For all the criticism we've given Horst, and you look at the Bucks, and they've been pretty old in that, they've acquired a couple of young guys now.
Like, it's interesting because their drafting has not been good.
Mm-hmm.
But yet he's been able to kind of find people, either in the second round or out on kind of the open market a little bit of younger, being able to pluck some.
Kevin Porter Jr. is another example.
Essentially it's a bit it's a bit like a team that in the NFL that can't draft well, but you hit the unrestricted or undrafted free agency really well.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of. We'll see if it kind of pans out though. But
right, like they found some really nice complementary players there.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a matter of maybe hopefully some of these guys, maybe like a Cam Thomas or whoever, kind of becoming more of a primary.
Right. And you got Pete Nance too, who's getting some nice buckets as well. So, all right, it's halftime. We'll do some cream of the crop and then local sports roundup to kick off the third hour. Coming up after these quick words. All right, here we go. Third hour, kicking off right now on this Friday morning. Appreciate you, dude.
Sitting across from you, you forgot what day it was?
Yeah. Stop moving chairs, dude. You can slide the keyboard over next time, okay? Making
No,
it
I
more
can't.
difficult on yourself.
No, I can't.
For crying out loud. People, they miss your mug on the camera.
I don't think that's true.
You'd be surprised. Let's kick off this hour before we get to our local sports roundup with a little cream of the crop. Who are you picking for your cream of the crop, sir?
It's a great question. You know what? I am actually, this is kind of an easy one, but I'm going to go back to Sunday. I'm just going to go Mike McDonald. Like, for someone that when he came in, like, yeah, I think people are like, oh, okay, yeah, he's a smart guy, but like, I don't think anyone was like, okay, that's a home run hire. That's been a home run hire. Like, I mean, and to see this defense that's been put together with Seattle in pretty short order to kind of be this, this decade's Legion of Boom a little bit. Like,
Yeah.
I mean, my gosh, Drake May was in a rough spot, and he's I think going to be a great quarterback. But on Sunday night, he was questioning a lot of things.
Yep.
And just what they were able to do, and like, how can you not like this? I mean, Seattle's got their, they've got their next generation right now set.
Yeah. I'm gonna go with speed skater Jordan Stolz from Wisconsin, setting the Olympic record, 1,000 meters. Already got the gold and such. So I'm gonna go with Jordan getting it done in the Winter Olympics. By the way, if you want to do a quick medal count, right now it looks like Italy has the most with 18. Norway's got the most gold with 8. Let me just double check that because I want to go to 18 for Italy for total, and then gold it looks like Norway's got the most. So now we're getting into the hockey. Right, pick it up. I know the women's team beating Canada earlier, but men's team getting in action now too. So, yep, we're maybe getting into the bread and butter for a lot of people when it comes to the Winter Olympics with hockey. So, all right, let's do some local sports roundup brought to you by our good friends from Carpet City Flooring Center in Eau Claire. And well, speaking of hockey, you've got the brackets up already, so we might as well jump right in there.
Last Sunday we had the boys and girls state tournament hockey. Brackets come out, and around here in Division I, once again, looking like quite the wagon. I mean, I think the top 3 seeded teams, Hudson, Wausau West, and Stevens Point, were also the top 3 seeded teams in the latest Wisconsin Prep Hockey State poll. Which, I mean, that's not the first time that's happened for this region, for this section when it's come to the postseason. But Hudson's had a fantastic regular season, won the Big Rivers. I mean, they're very worthy of being that number 1 seed. Wausau West and Stevens Point, a couple of really strong teams at the top of the Wisconsin Valley. So those teams have all got byes. So they're through till most of those games will probably be next Thursday, but there might be some that are on Friday too. But the boys hockey postseason gets underway Tuesday. You're going to have a doubleheader at Hobbs with Eau Claire North hosting Tomahawk and Eau Claire Memorial hosting Wisconsin Rapids. So otherwise, that's Memorial's the 5 seed, North's the 8 seed. Superior's the 4 seed. They'll take on the co-op out of Merrill. So if the winner of that Eau Claire North Tomahawk game, they'll go on the road to face Hudson. If Eau Claire Memorial picks up the win over Wisconsin Rapids, they will likely go make the trip up north to play Superior. On the bottom half of that bracket, you got Chahai. They're the 6th seed. They're going to host Ram, Regis Altoona McDonald. That's a 6-11 matchup. Winner there would earn the right to go play Stevens Point in the regional finals. If Chippewa were to win, that would be I think the 3rd year in a row that Chippewa Falls has met Stevens Point in the postseason. Chippewa Falls has won the last 2, including last year when they knocked off Stevens Point, who was the 1 seed. In the I think it was the same round, the regional final round. But the other half of that, you got DC Everson, New Richmond. The winner gets Wausau West there. So, that's a jam-packed sectional right there. Like I said, as it always is. In Division II, it kind of spreads out a little bit. In one of the sections, you got Amory, who's I believe the Middle Border Conference champion. They're the 1 seed. They'll be taking on Spooner. Rice Lake's the 5. The Northwest Icemen out of Barron, they're the 6 seed. They'll be making the trip to Hayward. So. But then the other section that's got a little bit more of the Big Rivers flavor to it is you got Menominee as a 3 seed. They'll be taking on Black River Falls, and that's a Menominee team I saw Tuesday night against Chippewa, and they were very impressive. They knocked off Chippewa 3-0. Menominee team that this time of year I think you always, especially with Division II, those Big Rivers teams you always got to keep an eye on because they're playing up. They're playing all these Division I teams. They're playing a Division I type schedule. So they're going to be prepared. They're facing Hudson. They're facing the Memorial. They're facing Chippewa. River Falls is the 2 seed in that same section. So it's possible you could have a sectional semifinal matchup of River Falls and Menominee. Somerset is the 1 seed in that section. Another strong team there. So that's on the boys' side. The girls' side, the section here is, I mean, it's essentially the Big Rivers and 2 other teams. You got St. Croix Valley, they're the 1 seed. They just wrapped up the Big Rivers Championship here this week. But they're the 1 seed. They'll take on either Black River Falls or Hudson. You've got Eau Claire area. They're the 2 seed. They're going to be taking on the Cooley Region Shield. That's the 7 seed there. That's going to be coming up, like I said, either Thursday or Friday. It's still not set on the WIA's website. Most of those games are usually Thursday, though. So, I mean, if you're wanting to go to one of these games, make sure you double and maybe even triple check to make sure on what the day is. But most of them are usually Thursday. Chippewa Falls Menominee, they are the 6th seed. They're going to be going on the road to take on Western Wisconsin, a team that they've played pretty well this year. They've lost both the games, but the scores are maybe not indicative of how close those games were. So, and in this girls' region, it's something I'm gonna go through because I'm gonna have a story coming out next week, kind of looking at these postseason pairings. But I need to look and see how often the 1 seed has actually won this section, because I don't think it's very often.
Really?
Like last year when Eau Claire area made the run to state, I believe they were a 3 seed or a 4 seed if I remember correctly. Like even 5 years ago, Chippewa Falls when Chippewa Falls Menominee won state, they did so as a 4 seed. Like this has just always been one of those sections where you've got 7 teams. They all play each other. Obviously, 5 are from the same conference, but Black River Falls plays everybody, and Cooley Region plays everybody. So there's not a whole lot of unknowns in this. And honestly, a lot of times what it comes down to in hockey is how hot's your goalie. That's what happened last year when the Stars made the run to state. I mean, they got a tremendous goalie in Evie Pritzel. And, that's what it takes. I mean, they went, I forget that sectional final game. It went to like multiple overtimes, and she was just a brick wall. Like, she's been that way again this year. So, that's always kind of, in many cases, kind of the determining factor is just how good's your goalie. If you can keep teams out of the net, it goes a long way.
Yeah.
But yeah, that gets underway Tuesday. So for most of these, by the time we get to, we're talking next Friday, we'll probably know our sectional matchups there. So
really quick, to go back to boys hockey, just because I know North's playing Tomahawk, and earlier this week could have been a good cream of the crop, but Tomahawk's Jonah Dickens scored his 181st career goal, setting the record, state record. So,
well, I mean, yeah, that's fantastic, and obviously that's something that the Huskies, I'm sure, will be very aware of. Come Tuesday, if I'm trying to slow somebody down that obviously has a lot of experience and a lot of skill in putting that puck in the net.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Right. Girls basketball, those pairings will be coming out on Sunday.
Okay.
So,
man, we're getting that time of year
we're
already.
Getting down to it.
I
mean, in the Big Rivers, we've got a couple games left. You got a 3-way tie at the top with Memorial, Hudson, and Rice Lake, and you got a massive game tonight with Memorial and Rice Lake.
Yeah.
That game up in Rice Lake. Memorial won at the end of the game last time, so that's, goes without saying, but that game obviously looms large with ultimately who could end up earning at least a share of the conference championship in the Big Rivers. Otherwise, you got North hosting Chippewa, you got Menominee hosting New Richmond, you got River Falls hosting Hudson on the girls' side. So going to the Western Clover Belt, that schedule actually wraps up tonight, and you've got Regis. They got with their win last Thursday over McDonald, they got a 1-game lead with McDonald going into the final night of the conference season for the West. So Regis gets the outright win tonight if they're able to knock off Thorpe. Otherwise, they would need McDonald needs to cheer for the Cardinals, and Nelson needs to get a win over Stanley Boyd. So that's kind of the matchup there. Otherwise, you got Bloomer hosting Cadott, and you've also got Fall Creek hosting Elk Mound. So very curious to see what that conference, that Division 4 section looks like when it comes out Sunday. I have a feeling it's probably going to be Neelsville as the 1 seed, Regis is the 2, and McDonald is the 3. I think McDonald Regis probably flip-flop from the WIA's first kind of mid-season posting with Regis beating McDonald. So I mean that would make sense. I mean, sometimes those pairings don't necessarily always make sense, but to me that would make the sense there, which that could potentially be the regional final there. On the other half of that section, you've got Colfax, who has already wrapped up the Dunn St. Croix championship. So my guess is they'll probably be the 1 seed up on the upper top, the upper half of that section. So, but yeah, Colfax has wrapped that up. Also, if you go to the Dairyland, I mean, the Dairyland has a lot of really good girls basketball teams, and that starts at the top of the Leva Strum. I mean, that Leva Strum team is 22-0. They're unbeaten. Coach Dave Huzika's got an absolute wagon of a team down there for Division 5. They're gonna, I have no doubt, be the 1 seed in one half of that section. Maybe you're looking at a spot where Aleva Strum's the 1 and New Auburn is the 2. They're wrapped up the East Lakeland, their 3rd straight year getting at least a share. So those are probably your top 2. Independence Gilmanton, who is a really good team at 17-5. They could be a contender in another part of that Division 5 section. I mean, they're the team that handed New Auburn its only loss so far this year, but that's a really good team there as well. You go to the small Dairyland, you've got good teams there. Blair Taylor, wrapping up ready there to wrap up the small Dairyland. Cochran Fountain City is a good team. Eau Claire Emmanuel is a team that, they could still. I think a team that could make some noise. Remember, they made the sectional finals last year in Division 5. So, that's a team that I really think you need to keep an eye on too come the postseason, because that's a team that can always contend.
Mm-hmm.
No matter how the regular season went, that's a team that you maybe get a little nervous if you're playing them in the postseason, just because of a lot of the high caliber teams they play, and that matters.
Mm-hmm.
So on the boys' end of things, you still got you got an extra week left of the regular season there. Hudson up on River Falls and the Big Rivers by a game, but mention Hudson and River Falls, they're matching up tonight in River Falls, so that's obviously a big one there. Hudson, if they're able to beat the Wildcats there, I mean, they're going to be in a very good spot to maybe capture the Big Rivers Championship. Otherwise, you got Chi-Hi hosting North, you got Memorial hosting Rice Lake, and you got New Richmond hosting Menominee. So, and we still got, it'll be next weekend, not 2 days from now, 9 days from now when the boys brackets come out. So we had a little bit of movement here in the Western Clover Belt this week. Fall Creek, they're up a half game on Regis, in part because of picking up a big win over the Ramblers on Tuesday. They also play again next Tuesday. So, both those teams picked up wins last night. Fall Creek beating Bloomer and Regis knocking off McDonald's. So, obviously, that's a very important game as far as, essentially Fall Creek. I mean, if they're able to complete that season sweep, I mean, they're going to be in a very good spot to, maybe close out that conference championship. Whereas Regis looking to pull even in the loss column with the Crickets. So, you got Elk Mountain and Stanley Boyd. They split their two matchups in the regular season. They're tied for third place right now. And then you got McDonald and Thorpe behind that. So, we're getting down to it. In the Dun St. Croix on the boys' side of things, you got Durand, Arkansas. They're up on Clear Lake. So, Durand, that's going to be a D4 team to, really keep an eye on. I think they're in there with the Regises and the Fall Creeks of the world. So you're going to have some real potent teams in that part of that Division 4 section. And then if you're looking at the Dairyland, on the large end of things, you got Osseo Fairchild, the new kid in town. They've only been there a little while, but they got a game and a half lead up on Whitehall, who's always a solid team there as well. And then in the small Dairyland, it's Cochran Fountain City. I'm sure a lot of those guys from that football team carrying over into the into the winter for basketball. They're up on Alma Center Lincoln with still I would say 4 or 5 games left to go here. So, but yeah, we're really getting down to it. I mean, those are a lot of teams that are going to be worth kind of keeping an eye on. And again, once we get to the postseason pairings, you always can kind of sketch things out a little bit more. And I'm sure that's a big part of what we'll be talking about next Friday with the girls, with the boys on deck. But we've got girls regional wrestling tonight. Most teams around in this area are probably at the Eau Claire North sectional or regional. Sorry. So you got Bloomer, Colfax, Cadott, Chippewa, Cornell, Gilman, both Eau Claire schools, Elk Mountain, McDonald, Menominee, Regis, Altoona. So obviously a lot of familiar teams. But for teams like Stanley Boyd and Thorpe and Withee, they're actually making the trip east. They're the westernmost part of that Edgar region. So. Otherwise, a lot of middle border teams that are going to be going to Hudson. That's where Hudson obviously is.
Yeah.
But and then you'll have a lot of these teams meeting up at sectionals in Ladysmith next Friday. So girls wrestling still does the regional sectional way of doing things. A little bit different this year for boys, where you've got what I've just kind of heard people refer to as super sectionals, where you don't have regional sectionals, you just jump right to sectionals. So
Okay.
So you've got Menominee hosting one. And that's where, a lot of your Big River schools are, and Stevens Point, Superior, the Wausau schools. And so you need to finish in the top 2. And I should have specified this. I believe for girls, it's the same too, where if you finish first or second, you advance from regionals to sectionals. In the boys, if you're top 2, you advance to state from there.
Okay.
And the other thing with this is the top 6 finishing teams, as far as points go, advance to team sectionals, which is next Saturday. And so for those Division I schools, they would go to Marshfield.
Okay.
And that's a little different from the past, where I believe it was the first place finisher at your regionals, and they would have the team sectionals the Tuesday after regionals, so between regionals and sectionals. Now they're giving it its own standalone Saturday, which is cool. Because that's sometimes it kind of felt like maybe the team wrestling aspect, maybe I don't say got shortchanged a little bit, but it just it wasn't kind of put on that it wasn't given kind of that same spotlight, so to speak. But now it is. So
Okay.
and then this year, the team section or the team state qualifiers, that's actually in lacrosse at the lacrosse center. So, but yeah, that's coming up. I mentioned a lot of those teams in Division One, Division Two. Some of your teams around this area, your Bloomer Colfaxes, your Tech Warehouser, Prairie Farms, are actually going to be up in Chautauqua at Tech Warehouser Prairie Farm for that. So, and then Division Three, Independence Gilmanton's kind of hosting the one with a lot of the teams from this area. So your Cadots, your Stanley Boyds, your McDonald's, your Cochrane Fountain Cities, your Durant, Arkansas of the world. Like, they're all going to be going to Independence Gilmanton tomorrow. So, yeah, I mean, you were getting down to it. And actually, the last one I want to mention, we got boys swimming sectionals tomorrow as well. So your Division One teams, they're going to be diving in Hudson tonight. They're going to be heading back over there tomorrow for swimming. A lot of your larger Big River schools, teams, DC Everest, Stevens Point. So a lot of your heavy hitters that you normally see, they'll be in action both today and tomorrow.
Mm-hmm.
Division Two, Rice Lake's hosting, so your smaller D2 schools, Menominee, your alma mater, Medford, Rice Lake, Rhinelander, River Falls. A lot of those schools, they'll be, making maybe the double. Oh, they're going to be doing diving in Hudson, so they'll be doing diving in Hudson, and then Rice Lake hosting the swimming portion tomorrow. So,
well, maybe Medford's got to be staying in a hotel over here or something.
Yeah, I was thinking about that with some of these. I was thinking that's probably. I mean, that's a bit of a haul. I mean, you got Green Bay, Notre Dame,
like Tomahawk.
That's probably what you're doing. Heck, maybe they're staying in Chippewa.
Schwabenon, yeah.
Yeah, so yeah, you've got a lot of those schools. I'm sure they're probably making a weekend of it, which would be obviously the smart way to do it. That's a lot of highway miles you don't want to be logging if you can. But yeah, like I said, we're about at that halfway point of the month, and
yeah.
I mean, February is one of those moving months.
Moving
from where
day.
you hear about moving day at the golf tourneys, but from where you start the month to where you end the month, everything changes.
Yep. Well, let's do a quick look at the YX schedule because we're getting down to the thick of it here, too. On the blue gold side of things, we've got men's hockey with a big game tonight taking on UW Stout. Women's hockey is going to be taking on Beloit College. We got women's lacrosse in action. We've got indoor track and field at the UW Stout Quad Wrestling WIAC Championships are going on, too. And I know our good friend John's going to be pumped. Softball is going to get in action. They're going to be taking on Luther College tomorrow, too. Plus basketball. We got the Blue Gold teams taking on Whitewater this weekend. And
it was something I was actually thinking about for cream of the crop. And I'm sure you brought this up earlier in the week. But the Badger Gopher volleyball, that's coming to the Sontag in April. That's really cool.
That is really cool.
That's going to be a hot ticket.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't know how that's going to be dispersed and all that good stuff, but I am expecting that place to be packed.
Exactly. So
it's gonna be fun.
Stout, meanwhile, too, they've got softball. They're going to be over in Minnesota. Their basketball teams are going to be taking on Oshkosh, and then gymnastics going to be at Whitewater as well. So, yeah, and then we've got even looking ahead to the schedule, baseball is going to be starting in action next week for some teams too. So, wow. But spring sports, with softball and baseball getting underway here, lacrosse as well. So you talk about moving day, kind of wrapping up winter and getting into the spring season too.
With college, there's really there's no hitting the brake when you're shifting gears there. It's like, okay, we've still got this other stuff going on, but yet because of the indoor aspect of so many sports, comes
Sonantag being able to have softball.
The fact that you can host that, I mean,
right,
that's big.
Yep, exactly. All right, Local Sports Roundup brought to you by Carpet City Flooring Center. We're going to take a quick break, and then AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. Before that, let me give you your trivia question. So if you want to win that free oil change from AJM Automotive, you have to text in with your answer. So we did a Blue Gold trivia, one on the first day. We did Brewers yesterday. Let's go a little. Let's see if we can get anybody to get this one. Let's go. Who has the most wins as a Milwaukee Bucks head coach of all time? Text in your answers to our Shoe Doctors bullpen line, 715-830-1912. I'll give you a hint. It's not Doc Rivers, but Doc Rivers is in the top 10. So, all right, we'll take a quick break, and we'll be right back after these quick words. Car trouble never comes at a good time, but with AJM Automotive in Eau Claire, they are always ready. From routine maintenance to major repairs, their experienced technicians can get you back on the road fast and done right. And if you're stuck, AJM Automotive also provides reliable towing when you need it the most. Save this number right now if you need that tow. 715-835-9523. 715-835-9523. Trusted service, dependable towing, and repairs that you can count on. That's AJM Automotive in Eau Claire. And don't forget, they now have a second location up and rolling at 1627 Bellinger Street in Eau Claire. So they've got their location at 1919 Brackett Avenue, and their second one, 1627 Bellinger Street in Eau Claire. Speaking of AJM Automotive, pump the brakes, full throttle. Again, if you missed that question, you want a free oil change, text it on over to us or hit us up on the YouTube video stream. The Bucks coach with the most career wins during the Bucks time, not career-wise, from other teams and that, but with who has the most wins as a Bucks head coach. So text those on over. I got right here.
I saw it.
Yep.
I saw it. Don't rip them.
Nope. I got to cut them and mail out the other two winners today, too. So, all right. Pump the brakes. Full throttle. Speaking of hoops, Badgers. Nick Boyd is the most underrated player in the country, not talked about at all from a basketball country, college basketball standpoint. I feel like maybe this is the better way. John Tonje was getting more talk last year at this point than Nick Boyd.
Yes. Yeah. I mean, it's tough for me to say, who is the most underrated because I'm not watching enough. I would say he's not getting as much talk as John Tonje, but he's been just as good.
He's consistent. It feels like.
Yes, and I was actually stunned during the Indiana game when they said that he was only shooting 31% at that time from 3-point range.
Mm-hmm.
To me, it just seemed like a lot higher.
Yeah,
but he's so explosive.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and it's one thing to be able to shoot, but to be able to create your own shot, to be able to take people off the dribble and stuff like that. That's something that Badgers just haven't had a lot over the years at guard.
Mm-hmm.
You've had guys that can shoot, but someone that you can just if you need to play iso ball can,
mm-hmm.
but also can shoot from long range. The energy's there, and he's just really really fast. That's not something you always necessarily think about in basketball. He just moves so quick that that just opens up so many things.
I think
him and Blackwell has got to be one of the best backcourt duos they've had in a while.
Well, that was actually my next one.
Look at me.
Because this was Surveyor actually threw this question out earlier in the week, so I'm going to use it as a pump the brakes full throttle. Pump the brakes full throttle. This backcourt of Nick Boyd and John Blackwell is better than last year, John Tonje, John Blackwell duo, let's say.
I thought Blackwell was playing a little better last year,
mm-hmm.
but I will go full throttle, but it's so close because I don't want to put down what John Tonje did.
Mm-hmm.
But I like how their skills kind of work off each other a little bit more.
I do too, and I just feel like Boyd might be a little bit more consistent because I looked it up earlier this week. He has been in double-figure scoring every single game this year. He's just been that electric and dynamic. So Greg Gard has been killing it these last few years for a guy hitting a transfer portal.
Right, yeah.
I give that guy a ton of – it wasn't that long ago. A lot of Badgers fans want him gone.
Mm-hmm.
And the changes in college basketball, college sports all across the board, I think you got to give Gard a ton of credit for adapting.
Really rolled with it.
Mm-hmm.
I don't say embraced it, but they know hey, we're going to need to go to this.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to make it your lifeblood, but you have to be able they've had a good hit rate at finding guys that have made a difference.
Yes. Yeah. And he's just been, what was it, the stat too after that win against Illinois? During the Greg Gard era, they have the most top 10 wins on the road.
Right.
So
they got two this year.
mm-hmm.
Arguably the two most impressive road wins this year.
Yeah.
Wisconsin has.
Mm-hmm.
Michigan going to Michigan and going to Illinois.
Still Michigan's only loss of the season, I believe, is Wisconsin. So, but no, I think if you did a Q rating of Wisconsin coaches, Pat Murphy by far would be number one.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think Greg Gard would be probably a really good case to be number two.
The one thing for him is just getting out of the first weekend of the tourney.
Bingo.
That's the thing that next month we'll be talking about.
Yep.
But that's that's just kind of the thing he's got to do. You know, because I think it's been a decade now. I think
it's been
or so 2017. So
yeah, and you know, like that one's so hard too because it's so matchup. Like last year was a bad matchup.
Yeah,
with
playing
BYU.
Right.
You know, but still, for maybe some, that's not an excuse.
Right, right when it hasn't happened in that long, and you've been there pretty much every year.
Right.
Well, and especially for such a long period of time, and it's not fair to compare him to Bo Ryan because Bo Ryan's a Hall of Famer, but like they did that pretty consistently.
Yes. Okay, let's go to Brewers baseball here with Contreras signing that 1-year deal with the option, very similar to last year's, if I like to avoid the arbitration. But with Contreras, pump the brakes, full throttle, Brandon, can you make the case that Contreras is the most important player on this roster, not just because of the offense, but if he's going to be the catcher for this young pitching staff, could you make the case that he is the most valuable player as we begin this season?
Yeah, full throttle, absolutely. I mean, when you see what he provides offensively at catcher is unique. How much he catches is unique because he does not like getting days off. That's kind of part of the reason, like, you know, the backup catcher is kind of doesn't matter for the Brewers as much as, you know, until it does. Like if he's hurt, then it's a big issue. But like, you know, signing Gary Sanchez, they're better with Gary Sanchez than they probably would have been with Reese McGuire.
Yeah.
Like, you know, but I think part of the value of William Contreras is he just plays all the time. Like he does not want to be out of the lineup, and if he's not catching, he might be DHing. Like there's just so much he provides at such a key spot. And then you mentioned, you know, he's a guy that's going to be primarily learning the staff, working with the staff, you know, cultivating relationships with the staff. Like that is such a vital person to have.
Yeah, no, I'm gonna full throttle on that too, and it's something that I think, you know, we talk so much about the young pitching staff and what the wild card, how they're going to do, and you don't kind of factor in the Contreras aspect and what he does behind the plates and manages that staff and what he did last year too. You know, I think kind of gets overlooked with all the injuries to the pitchers, and you know, not only do the Brewers, you know, have to bring in these guys, Contreras had to work with, you know, one-on-one with these guys and kind of figure that out too. And I like the Gary Sanchez one to bring in another veteran catcher, especially when you do have a younger pitching staff.
Right. And it's a guy that, I mean, at this point, we know who Gary Sanchez is. He's going to hit some home runs. He's going to strike out a fair amount. He's going to be fine behind the plate, even though his, you know, defense kind of took a little bit of a hit last year. But still, like, he's a guy that understands what he's being brought in for. He's going to play once a week. He might DH once in a while. Like he's a guy that's going to, you know, hit the ball at the ballpark, you know, a dozen times. Like there's value in that.
Yeah, and honestly, you know, how many times is he actually going to play?
That's it. Like, you know, and let's put it this way: if he ends up playing a lot, there's bigger issues.
Right.
And if he ends up playing a lot, it's very possible that he might not, because if William Contreras were to suffer a long-term injury, all things being equal, they might just end up calling up Jefferson Kiro anyway. Like Jefferson Kiro this year is not going to probably spend a lot of time in the majors, at least especially in the first half, unless there's an injury, unless there's a pathway for him to play. They're not going to call him up to have him just sit.
Pump the brakes, full throttle. I'm sure you probably already saw some of the Pacoda projections and such. So pump the brakes, full throttle. I'm not going to go through all of them. You agree, I don't know if there's a better way to phrase this, but they had Joey Ortiz projecting 70% at third base. Pump the brakes, full throttle. You agree with that?
I'm going to pump the brakes on that. Yeah. I think that was in part because there's really no one else there right now for the system to project. So
yeah,
no, I'll pump the brakes on that. Like, and even kind of hearing Pat Murphy talk, like it doesn't sound like I think even like the interview, he kind of said like, I can't really, they were talking about third base. He's like, well, I can't really say because I'm not sure it's done yet. Like, I still think something, even like I said, even if it's something as simple as signing a Ramon Urias or signing Luis Rendifo, like a veteran that you know can slot there at least to start the year.
Would you say there's probably not going to be a trade happening at this point?
I don't, you know, we talked about Paredes on Monday. The more I've kind of seen on that, the more I'm not sure that's a great idea, because I'm not sure he's a great fit for the ballpark. I mean, he's a dead pull hitter. Like the places he's had success have been places that have generally been shorter in left field. And at this point, I just think it's going to be a veteran signing, you know, a 1 year maybe for a couple $1 million, or, you know, with the invite to spring training, with the idea that like, okay, this is probably your job to lose. You know, those guys, some of those guys I mentioned.
Right. Yeah. No, I I almost feel like something else has to happen to bring in another guy.
Right. Yeah. Like as much as look, I will, if they don't bring anyone else and it truly is an in-office, kind of battle for that spot, like, I'd be disappointed, but I wouldn't be mad just because at this point I'm like, okay, well, I'll give them the benefit of the doubt on this. And we talked about earlier, remember that the Brewers started last year with Vinny Capra and Oliver Dunn.
And to be fair, Capra was like tattooing the ball.
Yeah,
he
he hit the ball in spring training. He earned the opportunity, but we kind of saw after opening day, because he hit the home run on opening day,
right?
That okay, you kind of see what it is. But they've earned the benefit of the doubt in that case. And there's always moves you can make early on in the season. So yeah, I'd be disappointed if it was just like a Jet Williams or Hamilton or whoever. I'd be like, oh, I guess maybe not disappointed. I would say underwhelmed.
Yeah. I like the phrase you always say, I don't mind the move as long as it's not the only move, sort of thing.
Yeah, I don't mind the move as long as it's not the move. Right.
Right. So, Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. You are stoked for NBA All-Star Weekend.
I'm gonna pump the brakes. Yeah. I being on NBC is fun, even though
John Tesh is performing. Even
though being on TNT it was always fun. But yeah, obviously Giannis isn't there. Like,
honestly, the best thing I might watch is 3-point competition because all those dudes. Bobby Portis in it. Dame's going to contribute in it. So I'm glad they're leading off with that. Yeah, so then I could turn it off after.
It's just such a bummer, like, for like the dunk contest. No disrespect to the guys that do it now, but why can't we get anyone that people care about?
Is it, I don't think this is the reason. The best players, no, we're not going to see the Vince Carters or those guys do it anymore. Is it because they're transitioning to, okay, the younger guys or these people that don't really know, they're more willing to do acrobatic stuff?
Right. I don't want to question the competitive nature because, look, if you're a pro athlete at that level, you're extremely competitive. But, I would just like to know why, has anyone ever asked some of these guys, why they don't do it?
It can't be injury, right? I mean,
you're not getting, no. Has there ever been an injury in the dunk contest?
I don't think so.
As much as I would, kind of poo-poo on at the time, oh, here's, someone dunking over a car or something, but at least it was like a Blake Griffin or a Dwight Howard.
Right. No, that's with Drew. So I just did a quick Google one.
One of these years, why can't, even if it's not the tippy top guys, why can't we get that next tier of star to do it? The guys that are, they're in the All-Star game, but you weren't the starter, you're a reserve. Come on, just give us something.
It's because when you think about it,
would be like the home run derby.
I was just going to say home run derby.
Imagine the home run derby, but it's Isaac Collins. No disrespect to Isaac Collins. He had some big hits for the Brewers last year, but it's Isaac Collins.
It's pretty much the whole Brewers team from last year outside of Yelich. And,
Yeah.
And maybe Jackson Cheerio.
It's Isaac Collins. It's Ian Happ. And he's Ian Happ. And honestly, that might be kind of overselling because Ian Happ is a legitimately good player.
Right.
But
or Caleb Durbin.
Or I don't know, if you had a short Kings home run derby with the only way that's one where if you had a home run derby with a bunch of guys that never hit home runs, then that's a little different. That might be kind of fun.
I think we need to have a pitcher's home run derby.
Woodruff, get up.
Yep.
But that's kind of what it would be like. If you had your lower tier players,
it's like the Pro Bowl with Shedeur Sanders doing the doing the contest.
Right. And maybe for the most part these All-Star games have just their time has passed. Baseball is still up there, but look, we heard last year that guys were leaving after they played. Starters were leaving after they had played.
Judge and Ohtani, I think were the big
that's
ones.
why when they did the derby at the end, they didn't come back. But it's something that just isn't prioritized anymore.
No, it's not. So, all right, that's your AJM Automotive Pump the Brakes Full Throttle. G-Man chiming in saying, Wisconsin play good basketball and beat Michigan State on Wisconsin. Have a good weekend. Go Bucky. Good to hear from you, G-Man.
Good to hear from you, G-Man. Hope you're doing well.
All right, let's take a quick break. Continue to send us your picks. If you want to win this free oil change, who has the most wins in Milwaukee Bucks history as a Bucks head coach. It's a name you have heard of before. So we'll get a couple more and then announce the winner probably just shortly after 9 a.m. We got to take a quick break. We're a little behind, but that's okay. So we'll be right back in just a couple minutes. If you're thinking about getting some new floors with that tax return this year, there's one name that Eau Claire, Chippewa Valley homeowners know and trust, and that is Carpet City Flooring Center. From soft, comfortable carpet to durable luxury vinyl planks and tile, Carpet City Flooring Center has flooring options designed for real homes and real life. Whether you are updating a single room, finishing a basement, or remodeling your entire home, their experienced team helps you find the right flooring to match your style, your needs, and your budget. You'll get knowledgeable guidance, quality products, and professional installation all in one place. No confusing choices. No high-pressure sales, just honest advice and flooring that you will feel good about for years to come. Visit Carpet City Flooring Center today at 3109 East Hamilton Avenue in Eau Claire and see the difference for yourself. Brandon and I were talking a little bit off the air, Brewers games and giveaways and such. I think they hit it out of the park with the bar dice one.
Oh, man, that is good.
I will tell you, I tried to Google how much it would be for the Kasper Classic to get something like that. It's hard to find. So I don't know, it would probably be a lot. The one place I did find, you're talking thousands of dollars. So, but that would be something.
For bar dice?
The bar dice, yeah.
So have your face on or something?
Or maybe something more appealing.
Hey, people would really want to slam that down when they roll.
That's actually good. Yeah. But
I got yelled at once, and when I was in Minnesota, we were rolling dice. They said I was, because they had like a paper dice box. It was very thin, and we were rolling dice. And when I rolled dice, I rolled my dice like a man. I put them down, and they're like, "Hey, you're rolling too hard." I'm like,
rolling too hard. Wow. But that would be cool. That's
a good one. That when I saw that, that was immediately one where people are talking. No, that's.
I wish we could do something like that.
That's a successful follow up to the cribbage board.
It is.
And the
Embracing the Wisconsin one. Yep.
The other thing I really like that they did, and I'm not sure they've done this as much, but it seems like maybe they're doing it more this year. I like the giveaway for the kids.
Yeah.
Like the 14 under stuff. I really like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's the kind of stuff you should be doing.
Yep. I totally agree.
The thing that's now, I was going to say, the thing that's a bummer is obviously it's limited, but I'm like, how many kids are at a game?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I would just be bummed if there's some kids that went and then didn't get it.
Mm-hmm.
But at the same time, say there's 40,000 people at a brewer game. How many of those are kids?
Probably a third.
So I think I've seen it was 14,000-ish.
Okay.
So that's about
close.
right. It's about right. That would be the only bummer, but that kind of stuff I thought was cool to see that there were more giveaways aimed specifically for kids.
I do like the Rangers one doing the bloody Nolan Ryan jersey. So
yes.
I appreciate the creativity that we're starting to see with some of this stuff too.
Yep.
But I was my mind was okay, now I'm thinking about giveaways for Kasper Classic. I've got to try to find something that's not going to completely wipe out the budget.
Right, but still is fun and unique.
Yeah, that was well done. That was very well done by the way.
Yeah, I just wish it would.
Because on eBay, those are going to probably fetch hundreds of bucks. So.
Somebody brought up the point. I had seen somebody bring up the point. It's are we sure it's a good idea to be giving dice to people that are probably going to be drinking? But I'm like, people aren't going to be throwing them on the field and stuff because, again, they're going to either want them or they're going to sell them.
Yeah. Yep. When I was at the Euchre game, immediately those Euchre pins were just ridiculous. People were putting them on eBay. So we do have to play a little catch up. We do have one more break coming up here too. So, but yeah, I did try Googling that, and the one website, the one that I could find, you're talking thousands of dollars.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that wipes out my budget.
Yeah, we don't need that. That's
Brewers have a little bit more money than I do, and their sponsors
no, they
do,
don't.
so.
They never spend on anything.
Hey, you were wondering if your mom's going. She is.
Mom, can you get me a pair of dice? That's the day after the Kasper.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
So, all right, you gotta.
I gotta sweet talk them the next 6 months.
Do I have to put another jersey on the raffle for the Kasper Classic for you to win for her? And maybe that's hopefully what jersey does she need this year? You got to put in for a Packers one. Is the jinx over with her in jerseys? Is the curse broken?
I don't know.
Okay. All right.
I don't know. I just don't want to test it.
Yeah. I guess for you, unless it is a Packers one.
We have workarounds.
Okay.
We have workarounds.
All right. We got to take a quick break, and we'll be right back to wrap up the third hour and head into the fourth hour in just a couple minutes. Yeah, we just have a couple minutes left to the top of the hour, so we got one more hour, one more quarter coming your way. And last call for any answers. If you want to win that free oil change from AJM Automotive, might have to put it in a little bit of a randomizer here to see who wins. But who has the most wins as head coach for the Milwaukee Bucks in their history? So you could text that answer to us, or you can comment on the video stream if you'd rather do that. It's on the revamped, rebranded YouTube page, Man Cave TV. I was going to do a theme song, but I don't have it. So, but
You want me to sing it?
sure, do Perfect Strangers, TGIF sort of, sitcom-esque, where it's like a 2-minute song.
And it's just you like walking into the man cave and crazy stuff happens to you
And
along the way.
and a smile look to the camera, right at in the
You'll
freeze
walk,
frame.
you'll walk by the bus stop and I'll just be like sitting there reading a newspaper and the newspaper will come down and just be me smiling and say like,
Yep, exactly.
featuring, or it's like starring Dan Kasper. It's like also Brennan Berg.
Special guest star.
And then Justice will be like cleaning his car outside WAU or something, and we could do this.
Yeah, we can. We might have a project now.
TV intro.
Yep, I like it.
Get the different people involved.
We've got the video of Surveyor and C-Bomb trying to do wings, and that could be part of that too. So
Yes.
there you have it. Really quick, Surveyor did ask us a question, a trivia question. It's Badgers actually related.
Ooh.
So this was a little bit earlier, so I apologize. I'm just getting to it. So I don't know if this is Surveyor. You looking for top 10 or just number one? The most points in a single season in Wisconsin Badger basketball history. So I don't know. Are you doing top 10 or are you doing just whoever has the top? So if you can reach back out and let us. I'm assuming top 10.
Yeah.
So you and I will both.
We'll tag team that. Yeah, we'll tag team that one.
So, all right. 3 in. We got one more to go, baby. We'll take a quick break and be back to kick off the final quarter after these quick words. All right, here we go. Final hour kicking off right now. Thanks for hanging out with us, no matter how you're tuning in. Had to put it through the randomizer. We're going to go, the randomizer picked Pete as the winner for our AJM Automotive free oil change. The answer was Don Nelson. So Don Nelson was the winner, or has the most wins in Bucks history as head coach for
He was the
for
winningest
Milwaukee
winner.
Bucks. Thank you. So, should we try to do Surveyor's question here?
Yeah,
The
let's do
top
it.
10 most points in a single season Badger basketball. All right. So
I'm
not-
assuming
not
this is
cor-
10 different players, or is this just top 10 seasons?
That's a good question.
Because I'm gonna guess there's probably some repeaters.
Maybe. Let's go different. Just
Yeah. Okay.
yeah. We'll just Frank the Tank's got to be
Yeah,
on there. Frank
yeah.
Kaminsky's got to be
Yeah.
on there. So that's one.
Michael Finley.
That's two. John Tanji last year had to, right?
I mean, he's right around 20, so I would say probably.
Okay, so three.
Orlando Tucker.
Oh, good pick. I'm trying to think of some of those Bo Ryan guards back in the day.
Well, because
Devin Harris.
Yeah, Devin Harris. Yeah, good one.
Devin Harris.
I mean, I was thinking Rashard Griffith
Ooh,
because he played a lot professionally, but he played overseas.
yeah.
So, but he was a good player. But I don't know how much. Otherwise,
Did AJ Storr, would he be?
he might have been. You writing this down?
Keep in hand 6. Are we doing AJ Storr?
I would.
Okay, so that's 6.
Yeah, we'll do it, sorry.
Johnny Davis?
Yeah, I'm just trying to think of like what the threshold is for like, but yeah, like yeah. I mean, look, we're not going to spend all day doing this, so.
No, Johnny Davis. Would a guy like I'm trying to because again I'm trying like not Trayvon Hughes, but would Jordan Taylor be on there?
I don't know.
John Lure?
Yeah, I would say John Lure.
Okay, so John Lure 8.
And here's the thing, like, there's gonna be some people that are really old that we don't know.
Yeah, so we're at 8. I don't think Decker.
I don't think so either.
All right, let's just do 2 more then.
Yeah.
I don't think Ethan App just because he was so down
He
low.
had to go 2
sort
at a
of thing.
time.
Yeah.
And you can't really take anyone off that 2014 because they didn't score.
Right. Brad Davison, I don't think.
No, I don't think so.
I keep going back to like Trayvon Hughes or Jordan Taylor.
Well, even I was thinking like Brian Butch, but I don't know.
Boy, this is. Give me 2 players, and then
We'll each pick one. I'll just say Brian Butch just because.
I'm going with Jordan Taylor. I don't know why
Okay,
I keep
okay,
having Jordan
okay.
Taylor in my head, but I'm going to go with
Okay,
Jordan Taylor. So, all right, there's our 10. So hopefully the surveyor was keeping track. If
Well,
we
say
had any.
otherwise, this is something I could probably just look at myself too and say.
So, I don't know what that text is about. So, anyways, while we wait for a surveyor to chime in with the correct answers here, let's. I want to throw this out there. So I saw this from Fox Sports yesterday, Brandon. I thought it was kind of an interesting graphic here, and I want to have a little friendly conversation about it. Highest win percentage in the last 10 years, okay? Just looking at the NFL, MLB, and NBA in this one. Oh, by the way, before we get into this, we have our answers.
I'll say I looked them up too, and
Okay.
we actually did pretty well.
Did we?
From what I can tell, we did pretty well.
Frank Kaminsky, John Tanji, Orlando Tucker, Devin Harris, John Lure, Michael Finley. Oh, Jordan Taylor was on there.
Good for you.
Johnny Davis. Danny Jones we did not
Late
get.
80s, late 80s
Yeah.
guy.
And then AJ. So did we get like 9 out of the 10?
Yeah.
Nice. We're not bad. All right. We did it. Okay. I like it, dude. I like it. So, okay. So where was I going? Oh, yeah. The,
Fox Sports.
Thank
had a
you.
graphic.
Thank you. Highest win percentage in the last 10 years. Top 5, NFL, MLB, NBA. Packers were not top 5, which kind of surprised me a little bit, but it was Kansas City, Buffalo, Philadelphia, Baltimore, Seattle. MLB, Dodgers, 619, the only team with over 600. Then it was Houston at 587, the Yankees at 571, Cleveland 553, and the Brewers 546, which means the Brewers have the second highest win percentage in the National League in the last 10 years behind the Dodgers. Yeah. NBA last 10 years, Boston 648, and then Milwaukee tied with Denver at 608 for number 2. Now, I know you are not a Packers fan, Brandon, but I feel like, now it's just me, and maybe you can kind of give your, I feel like when we talk about like the last 10 years, the expectations for Packers and Packers fans are you got to win every single year. Almost. You kind of sound, I may sound like I'm exaggerating, but I still feel like that's kind of the thought for a lot. But seeing that they're not there, and you see the Brewers and the Bucks are there, are we not holding those teams to the same level of that's what we need to expect? If we're holding the Packers at this level, do we need to hold the Brewers at that same level because they're winning a lot of games, but they don't have any championships? Bucks, I think we can mostly agree. Yeah, they probably should have more with Giannis.
But
they have one.
Yeah.
Or is it Brewers are doing more with less? But in the same breath, it's like, okay, but if they are doing more than less, shouldn't that expectation change then? Like, can we be a little bit more aggressive then to make sure we are trying our best to win a championship? Like, does this tell us anything? Is it a cool thing? Is it still a frustrating thing to see that the Brewers have the second best winning percentage in all National League, but not even a World Series appearance to show for it? You being a diehard Brewers fan, when you see that, what comes to your mind?
I mean, as someone that's been a Brewers fan since I was a little kid, it's still a bit of a mind blower to see them on that graphic, given what we grew up on as far as quality of play for the Brewers.
Yep.
So, but I'm not really sure, because I also think that you have different environments for each of those. So, I mean, obviously, the Brewers trying to cultivate a winner is a little bit different than the Bucks trying to cultivate a winner, which is a little bit different than the Packers trying to cultivate a winner. So I guess I'm not really sure what to make of that.
It's I could make an argument for both sides. Like, on one hand, it's like, oh yeah, cool, small market team, that doesn't spend a lot. They're there with Cleveland, kind of in the same breath, but Cleveland made a World Series.
They did,
and they almost won a World Series against the Cubs. So on the other hand, I can totally get the frustration aspect of it. We have all these regular season wins, but no championship, which really feeds into the same argument that Packers fans have about their team. They're winning a lot of games in the regular season. They get to the postseason, but I understand it's also different too because of money. Maybe do these teams like the Dodgers spend all this money for regular season wins? I don't think so. I think it's more, okay, when we get to the playoffs, that's why we spend all this money.
If the Dodgers went 120-42 with a loss in the playoffs, I don't think you would have many happy Dodgers fans.
Dave Roberts might be fired.
Right.
That's kind of right. I mean, that's the expectation.
When you talk about all those regular season wins, like if you don't have postseason success, to quote the Water Boy, Mom, why are alligators so ornery? Because they got all them teeth but no toothbrush.
I thought you were going to go with the whole Dan Fouts is because they didn't hold anything back.
That's game of the year.
But I did. I go back and forth on the Brewers one because on one hand it's like, oh, that's so cool, like stick it to those.
Right.
But then you look at it's like, but all those 4 at least went to a World Series.
Right.
And Bucks won. Yeah, they got one. I can see like they should have a couple maybe with Giannis, but then you have injuries when you look at those.
It's always so weird because outside of that one, it's not like they've been close.
Right.
Like, it's not like they've made runs to the Eastern Conference Finals and lost.
They won one playoff series.
Whereas during that stretch, the Brewers have a couple of NLCS losses.
Mm-hmm.
And like That's not like the Bucks. It just seems like when they outside of, was it 2019 when they lost to the Raptors?
Yeah.
Outside of that, it's like when they made the playoffs, they just lost, except for that one series.
I almost feel like we don't talk about that Raptor series enough, like a what if, because I really feel like the Bucks win. They're beating a banged up Warriors team, and then we're talking about Giannis and the Bucks maybe with 2 championships. Who knows? Because then after that, but still, but that's a big what if, because they had a 2-0 lead in that series, didn't they?
I think they might have.
I think they had a 2-0 lead series, and and then I don't know. It just the Brewers one is the oddball to me. I don't know how to feel about that. My I'm in a glass case of emotion right now, and I don't know how to relay my feelings, because should I be pumped about that they're relevant every year? Because that's the other part too, Brandon. Like you said, we grew up in an era where they stunk. Like they were never on TV when we were kids.
Before the Braun Fielder era.
So should I be happy that they're relevant now?
Yeah,
and
it's okay to change your expectations, but still having that perspective. By the way, you were right. The Bucks were up 2-0, and Game 3 went to double overtime.
That's right.
And the Raptors won, and then things changed from there.
They didn't win another game. Bucks didn't win another game.
They didn't, including a couple games that were 6-point losses.
So
It's poopy.
very poopy.
It's poopy.
Poopy. All right, let's take a quick break. We'll talk some more baseball and such. Since it's spring training, we got college hoops, big game tonight. Lots to get to yet. We'll be right back in just a few minutes. If your vehicle needs some auto body work done, where do you go? Don't stress it. Make it simple on yourself and go visit our good friends at Superior Auto Body. Around since 1971, they can make your vehicle look good as new. If you've gotten into that fender bender, maybe you hit a deer or whatever the case may be, if you need some auto body work done, don't stress about it. Don't overthink it. Make your appointment with Superior Auto Body. Give them a call at 715-834-7707. They're located at 301 North Farwell Street in Eau Claire. Superior Auto Body, our backyard dreams partners. So, all right, Brandon, we've got Brewers baseball week from tomorrow, our first spring training game. Can you get? Is it starting to kick in a little bit for you for baseball, or
not quite
seeing
yet.
the guys come back and such?
I probably will next week.
Yeah.
Maybe once we start getting game stuff.
Mm-hmm. It's starting to get in. I'm, starting to see the boys back in town in Arizona and that. But
Guess you can say the boys are back in town.
Yeah. Pat Murphy doing daily updates and such. It's starting to get into. What did you think of the? Now, do you subscribe to baseball? Do you get that in the mail, the baseball prospectus rankings? Or
I will order it every year.
Okay, you do order it?
Because I'll get their big yearbook or their big preview book thing.
Okay, yeah.
Which, speaking of, it's about that time.
Yeah, because
you gotta get that.
The 2026. No, I don't have everything because I didn't pay for it.
Yeah.
But, they got the record projections and such, and we made it a poll question, our Post-Glass and Mirror 715 Speaks poll question the other day. They have it as Brewers at 80 and 82 if I'm rounding, making it because it's 80.2 or whatever it was.
They're going to win 2/10 of a game, dang it.
They're going to challenge that one game, and that's how they're going to divide it. But right now, and I don't want you to make season predictions because we'll do that when we get to the baseball season and such. But right now, would you say, because there are some Brewers fans that are kind of upset about it from what I gathered from our like, what are they gonna, but do you blame the projectors for doing that when they kind of look at it?
It's just always kind of how it is.
Mm-hmm.
It's just I don't know if there's very many projection systems that have said and I've even seen some people that run them where they're like, boy, maybe there's just something about this team that we're for whatever reason our projection system just doesn't get.
Mm-hmm.
So no, I mean,
is that the Brewers?
Maybe. They just there's no statistical way to measure the power of friendship.
Did you see Buster Olney's? Because they were having a little fun with his podcast, and their line was like at 84.5.
Yeah, and he said he was hammering the over.
He talks about how athletic this team is and such, and I would argue Buster's one of the more well-known.
Right. Yeah.
Baseball
and that's the thing. Like if I was a betting man in that way, and I had that opportunity in front of me to go over, go over under that, I would go over.
Mm-hmm. Dodgers were at 104 wins, which
it's it's crazy, but it's not.
Right.
Like it's usually projection systems tend to be conservative.
Mm-hmm.
Like you're not having somebody projected to hit 60 home runs.
Mm-hmm.
Like even if it's an Aaron Judge, like they'll just be like 45 or something. Like they'll be conservative on those.
Right.
But that is kind of wild to see, but yet it makes sense.
I think the one that kind of surprised me, and maybe it's just because the AL East, they've adjusted this. They updated it.
What's it now?
Brewers are, if we round up, it's 81 now. All right, 80.7. I just noticed that because
Kyle Harrison added.
Because they flip-flopped Toronto and the Yankees. That's how I noticed they switched something. So Toronto now, they've got a 88.5. Yankees, 88.3. Baltimore, 83.2. Boston, 82.5. And Tampa Bay, 81.3. Because what I was going to say was, what maybe surprised me is they have Seattle as the top AL team with the most wins at 93.2. They still have Kansas City above Detroit, which surprised me a little bit.
A little bit.
Considering Detroit, with pitching and some of the moves that they've made and such. But, they dropped down the Cubbies a little bit too. 89.7. It's not that 90.2 or whatever it was before. So, looking that rear view mirror, finally getting into the, Brewers bandwagon. I think they even lowered the runs allowed by a couple. It's a little close now. They pretty much have, I mean, 500. For Brewers, runs scored 696, runs allowed 701. So you factor that into their record, they're like going 500 across the board for the Brewers right now. But so breaking news. They changed it.
Dun, dun, dun.
It's still Dodgers 104 wins and 58 losses. So, but like you said, does that matter? I don't think that matters to them if they hit 100 wins. It's just all about, all right, get to the postseason. Well, look at last year. They like rested all their guys and got to the postseason. Everybody's like, yeah, we'll come back now and post. It was like Roger Clemens to the Yankees. I'm being facetious in that, injuries and that, but I mean, they had a lot of guys return for the postseason. Look what happened. So, but obviously you like what they do with the Pacoda stuff, because if you order it, I mean,
yeah, well, and for like the baseball perspective, like I forget the annual, the yearbook, whatever. Like maybe this year I'll bring mine in after I get it. It is a gigantic book where it just has like, not just projections, but also just like scouting report stuff on like for different teams and players and stuff. Like I've gotten it every year for like the last several years. It's just a great thing to just have around to like, paw through.
Mm-hmm. So have you looked at some of their innings pitched projections?
No, I have not.
Okay. So I'm going to quiz you or get your reaction on some of them. I guess it's kind of like a little pump the brakes we'll throw. Take a guess on the pitcher they have picked that will pitch the most innings. Not games, but innings.
Quinn Priester.
Whoa, you did look, didn't you?
No.
Okay. Yeah.
I just figured it wouldn't be Woodruff. And then I'm like, well, it's probably Priester.
Priester out 140. So, who is next?
I'll go Woodruff next.
Nope. Ooh. Close. They're close. So, Priester was 140. Woodruff's third at 135.
Is it Mizorowski?
Nope.
I don't think so.
He's fourth.
Okay. Chad Patrick.
Yes. Chad Patrick at 137. So I guess if you use those four, they're projecting them to be the starters.
Right, yeah.
Then who do you think they have as number 5? And this is going to lead me into a question for you.
Okay. Logan Henderson.
They have him as starter 5, but he has the 6th or 7th fewest innings. 7th,
You were counting on your fingers.
Yeah.
Huh.
You want me to tell you?
Sure.
Robert Gasser at 90.
Okay.
Then it's Kyle Harrison at 78. Then Logan Henderson at 73. So my question is, the first 4 that we assumed will be like the, quote, normal starters, do they need a lefty in that 5th spot? How imperative is it to have a lefty? Or is it because they have a DL Hall, they have an Aaron Ashby, they can do that first couple innings type of role?
I think all things being equal, you'd like to have a lefty in there just to mix things up, but it's not necessary.
Because it feels like they have a lot of those. I don't know what Robert Gasser's going to be, if he's going to be what he was a couple years ago where everybody was pumped up, and last year just coming back from the injury. Right. The DL Hall, Aaron Ashby, those guys, long relief, but can give you open. Those are lefties in there too. So and then obviously I think we don't know exactly what Kyle Harrison's going to be, or if he's going to be on the team right away. Do you think he's going to be on the Major League club right away?
I think he'll get the opportunity, but we'll see. I mean, if he pitches well in spring training, I think he makes it. But it's not like he's got a spot in Penn.
Mm-hmm. Of the new pitchers, Brandon, whether it's Brandon Sproat, Kyle Harrison, Zerpa, if you want to go here, or Druin, who I know is a little bit lower, but there seems to be a lot of optimism, even though he's a little bit older in age.
Right, yeah. He's a little older, and there's some injury history there. But if he ends up being a reliever, which I think he will, that's not a big deal.
Yeah. Which one are you most intrigued, not only just for this year, but maybe for the next few years? Which one do you think could be kind of interesting or kind of I'm really bullish on?
I would say Sproat's interesting to me because he throws a bunch of different pitches. He's got the heavy sinker, and I'm just wondering if there's going to be some pitch tweaking that goes in there. He's a big dude. I could see him in short order being someone that is pretty well relied upon. Zerpa's interesting to me because he has a ridiculously good ground ball rate.
Okay.
Are
we talking
as a reliever?
Quintana?
I'm trying to think of an example.
Or Quinn Priester's got
an
a good
Adrian
one too,
Hauser.
Right? Oh, okay.
Where he, and obviously the idea there is you have a really good defense behind someone that puts the ball on the ground a lot. Well, you let that defense go to work. But like that's really interesting to me, where a guy that just like no matter what, like teams just could not get him up in the air.
Yeah.
Like that's really interesting. Now it's weird because like the Brewers have a ton of potential lefties in the bullpen. Like you don't need that many though.
Right.
Like because you have more righties than lefties, so generally 3 or 4. But like you feel like like Ashby and DL Hall, like unless it's for like that being an opener, like I just don't see either of them being a starter, especially now that there's more depth there. So like that's 2, and I do think Zerpa's going to be there, so that's 3. It's like so that's kind of. You kind of wonder with someone like Harrison, where it's like if he doesn't make the rotation, like maybe does he start the year at AAA?
Could you see a scenario, because they actually have like Zerpa is listed as a potential setup guy, and Trevor McGill's still on this team?
Yeah, McGill. I mean, McGill and Uribe are 2 guys that are going to factor in there somewhere. But who's like I would say like your 8th inning lefty, like that guy that, because you always kind of look at your matchups. So it's not like so you have like, okay, if it's it could be this guy if it's there's more righties, or it could be this guy if it's lefties. Like you can deploy him in different ways. So like maybe I could see that because those other 2 guys. I mean, I would say more so Ashby than DL Hall is like a later inning guy. But yeah, I can see it.
Yeah, I'm fascinated to see how that all kind of plays out. I feel like from the pitching standpoint, they're going to have a lot of tough decisions to figure out.
Yes, and always the important thing to remember, just because someone's on the team at the start of the year doesn't mean they won't be a big contributor as the year goes on.
Right. Okay, we got to take a quick break, but plenty more to get to here in the final half hour. We'll be right back in just a couple minutes. First full weekend with no football, no NFL-related football stuff.
We got the combine coming up, though.
We do have the combine. We've got franchise tags open up here. We're less than a month away from legal tampering.
It's always such a fun phrase.
Right?
Legal tampering.
And some NFL people get pissed when people refer it to that way. Well, technically, it's not. Stop. Yeah. Just stop. Mr.
All of those
Mrs.
conversations going on that are definitely not going on at the combine.
Right.
With teams and representation. No, that don't happen.
That is still one event I would like to attend, as long as it stays in Indy, is the combine.
Just be a people watcher.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because you hear all these stories and stuff,
right?
And
like even hearing like Vikings reporters couldn't follow that go to the event. Like, yeah, they'll just see random people talking to random people. It's just like, yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Apparently, Mike LaFleur, Matt's little brother, he's keeping the Cardinals defensive coordinator as his defensive coordinator. Interesting. So, one of them.
I don't know if that's worth but here we are.
Yeah, obviously they went up against him within the division, so I would assume that he's like, I got nothing left on the table. So, but I don't. Yeah, I guess the Raiders are probably still looking for one too. So, but yeah, we're starting to wrap that. I see some teams have already announced their complete staffs. It's Green Bay East with Pittsburgh with that coaching staff. Holy moly!
Oh, yeah, I mean, I think them. And this isn't why he did it, but I'm sure it's just a happy coincidence. Like Mike definitely wants Aaron Rodgers there.
Yeah. Even if it's just for a year.
Well, and that's it. Like it does feel like it would just be a year, and then you kind of get a chance to maybe do a little bit of inventory. I mean, this draft class, quarterback wise, isn't good.
Mm-hmm.
Like especially once you get beyond Fernando Mendoza, like Ty Simpson. Like, I'm really excited for that.
Right. I mean, you look at their offensive coordinator. Actually, was in Minnesota, but was a Green Bay Packers tight ends coach. Brian Angelico. Frank Signetti Jr., senior offensive assistant, was a quarterbacks coach towards the end of his Green Bay era. Heck, even Jari Evans is assistant offensive line coach.
He blocked for Rodgers.
Yeah, and then I mentioned Tom Arthur, quarterbacks coach, was in camp for Green Bay for a hot minute. I mean, even their strength and conditioning. He went and hired Mark Lovett, who was a longtime Packers one that was under Mike McCarthy. He was an assistant with Tennessee, so he brings him back. So they're all over. I mean, even the defensive staff, too. So defensive coordinator Patrick Graham worked in Green Bay.
Right, and he's been a coordinator.
And a well-respected coordinator.
Yeah.
Joe Witt Jr., longtime Green Bay. Jason Simmons, longtime Green Bay. Scott McClurry, former linebackers coach for Green Bay.
The band is back together. That's like Wild Hogs, but for a coaching staff.
Right? It's just kind of funny sometimes. It's all about who you know. And I get it. Coach wants probably some comfortability.
He wants people he's familiar with, people that he can speak the same language with.
Yep. I do think the Patrick Graham defensive coordinator was a good one.
No, I agree.
And he does have a lot of experience for coaches on his staff. So, but you're right, though. And I know they said last week in one of the many Super Bowl, rumors and that Rodgers was trending towards coming back.
Yeah,
so
I think that was Tom Pelissero.
Was it Tom? Yeah,
I think it was Tom.
Yeah. So, we're not getting those report cards anymore.
Oh, that sucks.
Schefter just said sources the NFL informed all 32 teams today in a memo that it prevailed in its grievance versus the Players Association.
Owners are wimps.
And it's, quote, I love it says, team report cards. An arbitrator determined that the NFL Players Association's conduct violated the CBA and ordered it to stop making it public any future report cards.
Owners are soft as tissue. They don't want
Charmin.
Jets ownership didn't want to hear that they were serving crap in the mess hall.
The babysitting services.
They just, this is owners whining and putting their hands over the ears going, no, we're doing good. Meanwhile, the Cincinnati Bengals don't actually have a practice facility.
Yep. Or the Chiefs need a new locker room for the 10th year in a row, but they're getting a new stadium in a different state. So You wanted a locker room?
Yeah.
We're moving to a different state. So
yeah, this is just rich people whining because they're being criticized.
Yep. So, but I wonder if there's going to be an appeal. Can you appeal? I don't know. I don't know the whole. This is why I need a lawyer person. I need a guy or a gal.
You need someone on retainer.
Yeah, I need a guy or a girl. we got Dr. Crow, we got our auto guy John, we got all these other. I personally need somebody like a lawyer person to help out, figure this out. So I don't know, but all right. Where are we at here? Oh, we got a few minutes left here, so we're only at 9:42. Badgers. I was gonna say something else. Michigan State Wolverines. See, I did it. Michigan State Spartans. I've been saying.
You're gonna get people irritated with that.
I'm already irritating people, so it doesn't really matter. But Spartans tonight. The line is only 1.5. I feel like Badgers and Michigan State games over the years have been really competitive.
Yes.
Close games between these two. Here's one thing I don't quite understand. I feel like there's a lot of Badgers fans that aren't fans of Tom Izzo, and I don't know why, because it just seems like he sings the praises of Wisconsin all the time.
Well, he sings the praises of everybody.
Yeah. But I don't have a problem with Tom Izzo.
No. I mean, he obviously, maybe just because he's the older guy, he can have that grumpy look on his face, but so many coaches
So did
can.
Bo Ryan.
Yeah, he was kind of the poster boy for that.
So I don't know. I remember when we went to the Final Four, I wanted to go to make sure we watched Tom Izzo's presser. And it actually worked out because Chris Beard was afterwards.
Yes.
Because you wanted to watch the Chris Beard one, you were working on a story.
Yes.
So, and the infamous
Oh, my
question
gosh.
heard around the world with that. What is that guy doing today? He's probably writing for some big paper.
Probably, and that
know,
was the turning point in his life. Like,
Yep.
and again, to give all the credit in the world to Chris Beard because he could have flew off the handle of that game because
if he would have lost that game and he got that question,
Right.
then I think it would have been
and
different.
for those of you that, I mean, we've talked about this on air before, but there's I don't even know who he was, but someone who essentially asked the question about like,
you don't belong here.
yeah, like how basically like not like in that way, but
No.
like he tried to like sugarcoat in a way of like, hey, so your team like basically like, oh, you haven't been here before, maybe you shouldn't be here, and Chris could have flamethrowered him, but he didn't.
I think he said multiple times, I respect the question. I think that
Which
was
is
his
always
way of.
it's always good when, as someone who asks questions, I don't know if I've ever had this happen to me, but if someone says I respect the question, you know you're not getting an answer.
Yeah, I think that's the way of like that person's trying to calm themselves down and making sure that they don't say anything stupid or, really, as you say, flamethrow him. So, but no, that was, I hope they go back to Minnesota for the Final Four.
Yeah, I just don't think they're going to be in any hurry.
No, unfortunately.
And that's a bummer, especially now. I mean, you're going to have popping up, and they're going to go to Kansas City, or I guess technically Kansas City, wherever the Bears end up,
Yeah.
Iowa or whatever.
Well, I mean, that's the other part too. Is when the Bears do move to Iowa and they host a March Madness game and a Super Bowl, maybe that's our next closest trip.
I mean,
A
otherwise,
Super Bowl in Iowa.
I mean, the draft in Minneapolis, or in the cities, would be kind of probably the next one for the draft.
It's gonna be a while though.
It
isn't
is.
Yeah.
I mean, it feels like the Green Bay one was kind of like them throwing the bone to the. Honestly, the next one probably would be Chicago. Again, I would not be surprised if they did Chicago again before they did the cities.
Well, Pittsburgh's this year, Washington D.C. in 2027.
Yeah.
Will it be overseas before it's ever in Minnesota?
Probably.
Does that?
Probably.
I say it kind of tongue in cheek, but
hey, you never know.
seriously too. So
Spaceballs too. The search for more money.
Mm-hmm. We all know that's Goodell, right? I mean, he talked when he was asked about expansion for teams, he flipped it into international expansion. So
I mean, because 18 games is coming at some point. It's all. I don't want it. I don't want 17. Like it's always like It was an idea I never heard of, and I will give him credit. The first person I heard float the idea was Aaron Rodgers when he said, "So if you want an extra week," he goes, "Just give another bye."
Yeah.
Spread it out. Which
I don't want him to get rid of a preseason game for that because then I think that's a detriment to your team.
Right.
If
Right.
you want 18, okay, then it's not as simple as taking away the preseason.
No, because
game.
the math worked out so well when it was 16.
Yep.
So
and I think you have to have another bye.
But it's that idea. Like as long as that ATM machine's spitting out 20s, you're gonna keep taking them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yep. All right, we got to take our final break, and then we'll be back to wrap it up with some picks coming up after these quick words. Time to wrap up things here this morning. We've got some picks. What do we got? Oh, it's just more of the report card grievance info stuff out there.
Owners are absolute 10 play.
I just saw you tweet that. That was a few minutes ago. You tweeted.
It was.
All right. Let's, well, we don't have any NBA games, so let's get into.
We don't have any NHL games.
We don't have any NHL games, so we've got college basketball games to get to, and we'll reluctantly have to pick some all-star stuff.
I'm not going to be super tapped into that. I'm going to be honest with you, as far as like who's on what where.
How dare you?
You were just talking about how you were excited the 3-point contest was first.
So I can shut it off after that. All right, tonight, obviously we've got Wisconsin, but let's go. Yeah, no offense to the other ones, but let's go number 10, Michigan State at Wisconsin. Oh, the line has moved up 1 point since this morning when I looked at it. It was originally 1.5. Now it's 2.5 Michigan State.
I'm going to go Michigan State. I think it's a close game. I'm going to say it's like 77-73.
I am going to go with Michigan State.
You would.
So. Yeah, I'm going to go Michigan State too. So how about tomorrow's games? We got number 20 Clemson at number 4 Duke. Duke is favored by 11.5.
Duke.
Do they cover?
No.
I say Duke covers. Let's go number 9 Kansas at number 5 Iowa State.
Ooh.
Iowa State's a 5.5 point favorite.
I'm going to go Kansas.
I'm going to go Iowa State bouncing back and picking a win that they had a loss earlier this week. So let's go. There's got to be some other decent one. Number 25, Kentucky at number 14, Florida. Florida, 11.5 point favorite.
I'm going to go Florida.
Yeah, I'm going to go Florida in this one too. How about there's a lot of games, but in terms of like some really good matchups here. How about number 16, Texas Tech at Arizona? Arizona, 9.5 point favorite.
Arizona ranked?
Yeah, number 1.
Oh, I don't know if you said that. I'm going to go Arizona.
I just assumed everybody knew Arizona was number 1. Not anymore, probably after they lost earlier this week. But yeah, I think they bounce back and pick or get the win. So, yeah, I don't want to do that one. I don't want to do that. That's about it. So, I mean, we have some other games, but they're just the lines are kind of crazy and that. So, all right, get ready. What everybody's going to be watching coming up. We've got who do you got? Let me bring it up. I thought I had it here on this one.
Can you share it on the screen?
I can if you give me the mouse and the keyboard.
No, I know it's gonna be a thing.
You should. Yeah, I'll just magically, do it without the tools.
Technology
that are
it
for this. So
technology it.
I'll do it on this one. They should have another mouse and computer or mouse and keyboard. Keep one over there. All right. NBA All-Star Weekend.
Why did Google say why?
What?
You searched it, and I said, why did Google say why?
We're not going to do the all. Do you want to do the? I mean, Giannis is coaching, but let's.
Does Giannis trade Shams?
That would be funny. That should be a good prop bet. But we won't do that one. We will do 3-point contest. Do they have the part? They do. Perfect. Okay, so the 3-point competition. Devin Booker, Dame is actually participating. Mitchell, Bobby Portis, Scott DeProd, Khan. Where's the Star Trek Khan? Talk. So Tyrese Maxey, Jamal Murray, Norman Powell.
I'm going to go Khan.
That's what I wanted.
Well, you can't because I picked it. So na.
I'll go Booker then, although I'm tempted to go Dame just because he hasn't done anything.
That would be fun.
You know what? Screw it. I'll go Dame. Why not? Let's do the shooting, the Kia Shooting Stars event. So we've got...
You got the teams?
Yeah. Scotty Barnes, Chet Holmgren, Richard Hamilton, Jalen Brunt, that's Team All-Star. Team Knicks, Jalen Brunson, Karl Anthony Towns, Allen Houston, legend. Team Cameron, Jalen Johnson, Kahn, and Corey Began. Oh, get it, Duke?
Yeah.
Okay. Team Harper, Dylan Harper, Ron Harper Jr., Ron Harper Sr.
I'm going Team Cameron. I'm doubling down on
God.
and Corey Maggette. Let's go.
I'll go Team Knicks.
They could get John
I did
Starks.
want to do Team Harper, but
They could get John Starks.
right, they could have had teams. Yeah. Oh yeah, John Stark. Yeah. Okay. And then the slam dunk competition that
It's going to be the first person I recognize.
I'm going to go with Jace Richardson.
I am taking Chase Richardson.
I only know that because he's Jason Richardson's son. So.
Yes, he went to Michigan State, did he?
Yeah. So that's who I'm going.
I'm going Jace Richardson.
That's what I did. So you can't.
No, I
can't pick. No, you can't.
This is America.
We got the All-Star game. Remember, it's World Stars and Stripes. I suppose you don't know the roster.
I absolutely do not.
Are they going to give me?
No.
Okay, so hold on. I'll just do this. NBA All-Star rosters. Team rosters. Here we go. So this has been changed a little bit because Giannis isn't in it. De'Aaron Fox is now on a different team, but I'm not going to go through
Yeah,
every
no,
name.
that's fine. That's the gist of it. I am going to go with.
Well, which one is the Stripes?
Yeah. Well, I'm assuming the one with the star in the next to the USA Stars.
Yeah. Good call. Look at that. Okay, I'm going Stripes.
I'm gonna go Stars.
Okay, I'm going Stripes. Mine has Steph Curry, LeBron. Kind of the veterans.
Edwards, Chet Holmes. Yeah, mine's a little bit younger. Kate Cunningham.
Do they do that on purpose, or it's the younger ones and
Maybe.
the older ones? Actually, no. I'm going World. I'm sorry. I'm going Team World because you got Luka, you got Shea, you got Jokic. No, I'm sticking with Victor's on there. No, I'm gonna go Stripes. I'll stay with Stripes. If Giannis was playing, then I'd pick World because then I think they're really going to take it serious. But although Victor might take it kind of serious too. I don't know. It's Steph Curry and KD. They're just going to shoot threes left and right. And
Is this
it's gonna
LeBron's
be-
last one? Ooh,
No.
I don't think so either.
Does he go back to Cleveland? I'm sorry, but if he does for a third time, dude, really? You can't come home for a third time.
Yeah, no.
You can't. I'm sorry.
And since we're getting up there, I have a pick for you.
Okay.
Daytona 500.
Oh, yes. Thank you.
I will go first. I will pick Christopher Bell.
Okay. I'll be honest. I've never heard of that guy before.
He sounds like it's just a very generic sounding name. But I will pick Christopher Bell.
I am bringing up a list, and I'm going to go Ryan Blaney.
There you go.
So,
He has a good mustache.
pump the brakes, full throttle. NASCAR lacks star power right now.
Full throttle.
Yeah.
I also think they struggle to market their stars.
Yeah.
But
There is no more Jeff Gordon, Jimmy Johnson.
I just don't think there's enough people that you kind of have a fleshed out idea on who they are.
Well, and the thing is, like, I'm not a NASCAR fan,
Right.
but I knew a bunch of them.
Right. Like
Tony Stewart's and
Right.
all those guys.
Right. Like people, like you had, I'd say polarizing is the right word, but you had so many people where it's like, okay, I love this driver, but I hate this driver.
Right. The rivalries part.
Like, yeah. That's just something that they've really been missing.
Yep.
And they need to find a way to get back to.
Mm-hmm. I would agree with that.
Yep.
All right. That's going to do it for us. Brad and I are going to record a podcast, though, right now. So, yeah. Man Cave Podcast coming out. New episode in about an hour. Follow, subscribe, like. See you Monday.